Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. Today is December 15th. The time is 5:04 p.m. We are going to go ahead and get started with the council presentation ceremony. And Councilwoman Avila will go ahead and kick us off. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, I'd like to invite Hombres con Propósitos to come up and join me for this presentation. I saw them earlier. Oh, there they are. Come on up, Benji and team. Well, I have here with me, is this a little too loud or is this good? This is good? I have a magazine that was created by this organization and a collaboration with me for an event that we held last June around Father's Day. And the event was called Man of the Year. And what we did was we invited organizations to nominate an individual that influenced their organization and who they considered to be a role model. But we specified we wanted it to be a male role model. And so we had 11 organizations nominate someone, and I sponsored their trophies, and each one was celebrated and identified as being impactful for the community. And this was important to me. Being a wife and a mother of a son, it was important for us to identify that in today's day, at least here in Homestead, we're not going to be part of the narrative that men are not a priority, along with women in our community. So with that, I'm going to hand over the mic to Benji so he can elaborate more. And I thank you all for coming here today and participating in this presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Erica. No, I just want to say thank you to everyone. I know, Erica, you were key to this event for the Man of the Year, but I know that along with other councilwomen and councilmen from the city of Homestead, they were also part of it, and we just want to say from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. It was a great event, but it's always a great cause. We were able to bless 3 different organizations, one which Patches, and I'm pretty sure that all of you know very well. And we have Kicks, which their focus is on youth. And today we're going to have a sports scholarship that we're going to be giving out for a young fellow that his biggest passion is baseball. And one of his dreams is to become a major league baseball player. So for us to contribute, that's grain of how do you say, ese grano de sembrar esa semilla, plant a seed. There you go. It's more than grateful to God that allows us for that. So thank you.
I just want to add that when we had this event, we had multiple sponsors, and we were able to cover all the expenses, and we said whatever was left over, whatever proceeds we had left over, we were going to give it back. And so a portion of the proceeds went to the Patches PPEC in Florida City, as well as to the Kicks Youth for Christ organization. A portion went to Hombres con Propósitos so they can continue their mission, and then the other final portion went to beginning a scholarship program for youth sports. And so this is the first of hopefully many sports scholarships to come, and it's a small and humble scholarship, but we're very proud today to give it to Mr. Vargas today. So, and if we can have him come forward. Mr. Fabian Vargas. The HCP Youth Sports Scholarship Program was created to support education, personal development, and encourage leadership training for children within our community through sports programming. So congratulations. There you go. How much is the scholarship? And the amount of the scholarship was over $300. So we hope that this is a blessing to the family on behalf of the City of Homestead, Mayor and Council, and Hombres con Propósito. All right, thank you all so much for coming, and I know that Mr. Roth has another presentation.
It's ready. It's on. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Wow, people actually listen to me. every once in a while. You know, my presentation tonight is heartfelt. It's kind of emotional. And it's been a long time deserving. And I'm not sure if this person knows that they're going to be recognized tonight. But the next few words are probably going to give it away. And eventually, we do have to give it away. And I've known this person nearly 30 years. And I'm going to cut the male members of the audience out. So now you know it's a female. This person has touched our community in more ways than anybody can ever express. She does it from behind the scenes, never looking for any glory. And I don't think I've ever met anybody that was as caring as this person was about people, families, children. And I can't wait any longer to tell her this. And Sandy Nanny, come on. Now, Sandy has touched this community in ways that none of us will ever be able to thank her for. Not only has she touched the community, families, individuals, but she's also been an integral part in raising nearly $50 million in grants to the city of Homestead for police work, for victim advocates, for all kinds of different things. I mean, when I look back 30 years from when I first met Sandy, it was a little restaurant on 8th Street and Chrome Avenue called the Royal Palm Grill. Hurricane Andrew had just ravaged the city of Homestead. I had an opportunity to come to Homestead and open up a little restaurant, or reopen a restaurant. And Sandy, SOS, was it SOS then? It was SOS then. They would come into the restaurant and eat and do their thing, and the police would come in and do their thing. And I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know who they were. I didn't know anything about them. But I can imagine the conversations you guys had at those tables was about serving other people. And how are we going to help this person? This victim came in. What are we going to do for them? So working lunches, working breakfasts, it was 24/7 for you guys. I know when I call, it could be any time, day, night, weekend. Sandy Nanny, SOS, they respond to the community. And I have this whole thing here, and maybe I should read it. Maybe I will read it. It takes a few minutes to get through, but this is from the office of Councilman Larry Roth, City of Homestead. It is with great honor that the City of Homestead recognizes Sandy Nanny for the numerous contributions she has provided while serving our community, and thank you for that, because you're irreplaceable. We say that people are replaceable. I think you are not replaceable. Sandy Nanny has faithfully served the Homestead community with selfless and steadfast devotion for over 30 years. Now I'm dating us. She was 10 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Her life would not be complete without the love and support she receives from her husband, Art Nanny. That's true? Okay. Along with their children and grandchildren. And whereas initially, in 1991, Sandy Nanny began her career employment as a case manager for the newly created Homestead Police Department Social Services Unit, and in 2011, after great success, Sandy was named the director of Start Off Smart. It took that long for you guys to... That's a long time. $50 million here. Over the years, Sandy Nanny has accomplished securing over $50 million worth of grants for the city of Homestead, along with the SOS program service. This is a powerful number. Over 90,000 families throughout the 30 years that they've serviced. with SOS. I see Flores here. I see Jerlin's here. I see a few others. And we'll get you up here at D's here. We'll get you up here in a few minutes. Providing support services in the areas of domestic violence, children's exposure to violence, providing basic needs for families and homelessness. And whereas Sandy Nanny has personally worked for many years to provide the underprivileged citizens of our community with much needed help, the City of Homestead commends Sandy for her shared efforts and loyalty and wishes her continued success in all of her future endeavors, serving Homestead and its residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the undersigned, express our sincere gratitude for the untiring efforts and actions of Miss Sandy Nanny. Thank you for your service. We also have Miami-Dade County here to recognize Sandy, Mia Devane from the Mayor's Office, Janie Gasca from Keone McGee's office, and I'm sure you all want to say a few words.
Thank you so much, Councilman Roth, for allowing us, both the Mayor's Office and Commissioner McGee's office, to be here and to acknowledge such an amazing person in our community. And so I will start to read the proclamation that we have for Ms. Sandy. Throughout the years, Miami-Dade County has strived to recognize the important efforts made by individuals, organizations, and institutions which embody the essence of our society. And whereas Sandy Nanny has faithfully served our society for more than 30 years, where she has selflessly dedicated her life to being an upstanding pillar in our community who is unwaveringly committed to giving back and making a difference. And whereas initially Ms. Nanny began her tenure in 1991 as a case manager for the newly created Homestead Police Department Social Service. And then in 2011, she was named Director of Startup Smart. And whereas over the course of her stellar tenure, Ms. Nanny has achieved a plethora of success, including securing over $50 million worth of grants for the City of Homestead, providing support services in the areas of domestic violence, children's exposure to violence, and providing basic needs for families and homelessness. And whereas it is fitting and proper that official acknowledgement be given to Ms. Nanny for her vast and significant contributions to our way of life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Daniela Levine Cava, Mayor of Miami-Dade County, Chairman Jose Pepe Diaz, and the members of the Board of the County Commissioners, on behalf of Miami-Dade County and this community, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 15, 2021, as Sandy Nanny Day. Congratulations.
What's in there? Oh, nothing? Oh, I know. Okay. This is live TV, so things happen. Things happen. Don't go away. We're not done yet. There's more surprises. All right. Well, somebody thought you have worked for 30 years and you needed some me time. So we have a gift certificate here for Massage Envy for you to go get some me time. You can leave in a few minutes. That's right. And we also have this beautiful orchid bouquet, which I think we can get somebody to carry out for her and put in her car. And I can't say it enough times. Chief, I'm going to have you come up here if you want to say a few words too, and Colonel, and bring your command staff who's here. But the 30 years that we have been servicing other people and lifting other people, you call me whenever you need to call me. I call you whenever you need to call me. I don't know of any other person that has touched my life as much as you have when it comes to taking care of other people. And I've learned a lot from you. You've been a mentor to me and probably many, many people. But I can't imagine not knowing a Sandy Nanny. So don't leave. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us as long as you can. And I expect before you go, you get another $50 million for the city. All right, here's Chief. Chief.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but you know, we spend a lot of time together, probably 30 years together. And matter of fact, Sandy was doing this before I became police chief, which I started in '98. So imagine how long she's been doing this. But anyway, make a long story short, she has been a God gift to the city of Homestead, in all honesty. And to sit here and watch all the miracles that her and her staff made in the city of Homestead, it's really unbelievable, because, you know, we worked together in the same building for all the years, and we see what she does. And it's just amazing to have a person that genuinely care about this community. And I always said to every council person and mayor that been in the city, I said, you know what? If it weren't for SOS and Sandy Nanny and her people, I don't know what these people at Homestead would have done. A lot of people come here from other places, have nowhere to go. They're stuck with kids during the winter. You know, no food, nowhere to sleep. And all we did was reach out to Sandy and her people. And believe it or not, you know, that person, regardless of where they came from, was treated like they were citizen of the city of Homestead. So that's just remarkable how not only you take care of people at Homestead, you take care of everybody. So can't thank you enough. We love you. Thank you the best. And I don't have nothing to do about you staying here as long as you can, but stay here. All right. Thank you so much.
All right, Chief. Colonel, you want to say anything?
The chief and I are fixing to start our 43rd year here, so I can't tell you how grateful we are for Sandy. You know, we went through the academy back in the day. You guys can stay quiet in the back there, but it wasn't much community-oriented type stuff. So when Sandy's group came in here, I'm going to be and I've told Sandy this before, I wasn't really a firm believer how they're going to mix with the police department. But what this program, Start Off Smart program, led by Sandy Nanny over the years, has done for this community, for this police department, is priceless. It's absolutely priceless. I've sat, and the chief has sat through many presentations and recognitions and so forth, Sandy, but I stand here tonight before you to tell you that there's nobody more deserving of this recognition than you for what you've accomplished and what you've provided for this city. I thank you for making me a believer and for doing what you do. So thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Now, I didn't present this to you, so let me present it to you. Sandy Nanny, on behalf of myself, your command staff, your chief, your colonel, the city council, the city of Homestead, the employees of the city of Homestead, everybody in the city, thank you for your service. We appreciate everything you've done for us, and we hope to continue to, do the things that we do for other people together. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Do you want to talk? Oh, hold on one second. Sandy wants to say something.
It's you can ask my husband, and he'll tell you I'm usually not speechless. First time in my life, I'm totally speechless. 30 years is a long, long time. And I can honestly say it's never been a job. I love every minute and every hour of those 30 years. And I love it because I've had the support and the direction from Chief Roll and from the Colonel and the entire command staff and from the staff of SOS, who have a heart of gold and who work tirelessly every day to improve the community. So, again, I don't know what to say. Councilman Roth, you and I flipped many hamburgers back in the day, and I just thank you all. Thank you all. No one deserves this. No one deserves this. Is just thank you. Thank you.
A few minutes ago, Councilman Roth said something about we'll get somebody to take your flowers out to your car. Well, she has a son here that's a sergeant with Homestead Police Department. He's standing right over there. Eric Reyes. Eric, There you go. So, you know, it's amazing, but, you know, I say this, and with all sincereness, that's the least we can do. His son is a sergeant of the Homestead Police Department. When other people had their problems, we didn't. Thank you, Eric. Awesome, awesome, awesome sergeant.
Anybody else want to say? Debbie, you want to talk? Come on. Debbie, okay. Anybody else? No? Mo, you want to say something? We're going to take a picture of everything. Yeah, we'll get a picture. All right. That concludes this? All right. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Avila, Councilman Roth. Thank you, Hombre con Propósito. Thank you, Sandy and SOS. That concludes the council presentation ceremony. We will reconvene at our normal council meeting at 6 p.m. Sorry, CRA at 5:30.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'll call the City of Homestead Community Redevelopment Agency meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, December 15th, 2021, and it is now 5:32 p.m. The City will hold a hybrid CRA meeting. The public may participate in person at City Hall or virtually utilizing video conference via WebEx events or the toll-free conference call number. Please go to cityofhomestead.com/calendar for specific details and instructions on participation utilizing video and telephonic conferencing. The meeting can also be viewed live on the City Access channel or City website at cityofhomestead.com. Public comments can be made in person at the meeting or emailed to publiccomments@cityofhomestead.com. Written public comments are limited to 300 words per comment. Written public comments on specific agenda items, including your name, address, and the item you'd like to comment on, and your comment can be submitted by noon Tuesday, December 14th, 2021, and will be included in the minutes. Written public comments on general matters, including your name, address, and your comment, can be submitted up until 30 minutes after the end of the CRA meeting and will be included in the minutes. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Roth? Board Member Bailey?
Here.
Board Member Fletcher? Board Member Avila? Vice Chairman Guzman?
Here.
Chairman Losner?
Here. Are there any deletions and or deferrals?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Our first item is approval of the minutes of our October 18th, 2021 board meeting. I'll entertain a motion for approval. Moved by Member Avila, seconded by Member Bailey. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Next item is tab 2, new business, car number 3318. Property purchase from Mr. Tax 1111 LLC and 605 Southwest 5th Avenue LLC. Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Chairman. This is a resolution of the Community Redevelopment Agency Board of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the purchase of the properties located at 543 Southwest 7th Avenue, Homestead, Florida, 33030, 547 Southwest 6th Avenue, Homestead, Florida, 33030, and 605 Southwest 5th Avenue, Homestead, Florida, 33030, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Ms. Driver?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Homestead CRA has identified 543 Southwest 7th Avenue, 547 Southwest 6th Avenue, and 605 Southwest 5th Avenue as potential development opportunities to support the CRA's vision to increase home ownership in the Southwest neighborhood. The purchase and development of these currently vacant lots will lead to 5 new homes on 6th Street, which is located within a 2-block area. And it's 5 new homes, 4 of those being developed by the CRA and 1 by a private owner. This will increase home ownership in an area that currently has 80% renters, a little over 80% renters. This will increase the property roll, increase the taxes. And so this is by having this development, this will be a win for the city, the CRA, and for residents within the city, within the Southwest, particularly new homeowners. So with that in mind, staff recommends the CRA board approve the attached resolution authorizing the executive director to enter into an agreement for the purchase of real properties from Mr. Tax 1111 LLC and 605 Southwest 5th Avenue LLC in the amount of $78,700. This is a reduced purchase price from what we had originally negotiated with the sellers. We came to this amount after based upon the appraisals. So in your packet on the purchase agreement, it says $108,000, but then you'll see that there is an addendum in there for $78,700, and that's because we went back and negotiated based upon the appraisals.
Thank you. Are there any initial questions or comments from any member of the board?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Vice Chair.
This question is directed to staff. When a purchaser wants to unify lots and they don't meet the minimum 5,000 square feet, is there a variance required to mitigate that, or how does the staff look at that? Because it's just under 5 or 10 square feet.
Typically, if the variance is less than, say, less than a certain amount, it can be done administratively. Say like 50% of a setback, then it can be done administratively.
50% of a setback. So if it's, let's say it's 200 square feet less than the minimum 5,000. Just so when people ask us, we can tell them right off the bat, hey, that doesn't meet the minimum, or you can maybe get around that with the variance.
There's a couple of things. So if you have an existing site plan already and it's less than, say, 5% of the total building square footage, you can amend the site plan administratively. If I have to check the exact standards, typically the variances that we do administratively are setback variances and those types of things. Again, if it's less than 50% of the setback, then we can do it administrative. What I'll do is pull the code tonight and email you the administrative variance section, and I'll digest it before I send it to you and tell you what the answers are, but you'll have the section of the code. Just let me look it up on MuniCode, and I'll send it right to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. If there are no further, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick comment, just to applaud the efforts of looking at it more on a revitalization block to block than the little pieces. I really think that was one of the best ideas ever, and I just am really looking forward to this. I know that the community, a lot of people in the community would love to have an opportunity to buy their first home. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Avila.
Thank you. And my voice is better this time. I wanted to just say I support this item, at least for now, the strategy that we're going with. I would like to see maybe at the next board meeting in January is when it would be, right? If we could have like a CRA master plan type of presentation brought back to us with, so I can get a better, or at least all of us can get a better idea as to the pockets of properties that we own over throughout the CRA, and what the vision is, so that it can help us kind of drive the conversations around how we want to plan the zoning for the downtown area and the mixed-use residential and commercial on Chrome Avenue, and kind of how that will mesh with some of these other properties that we're picking up right now. Does that make sense? I appreciate it. So that would be my only comment, and I'll make a motion to approve this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and open the public hearing first, and then we'll hold that in abeyance. Is there anyone in the audience or online wishing to speak on this matter? None appearing. Then we'll close the public hearing. We have a motion to approve this item by Member Avila, seconded by Vice Chair Guzman. Any further questions or comments? None. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Thank you. Next item is tab 3, car number 3389, the Cirque Salon Studios Business Incentive Grant. Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is a resolution of the Board of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the allocation of business relocation and expansion grant program funds, approving a grant agreement, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Ms. Driver?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cirque Salon Studios of Homestead is a collection of 25 suites where health, beauty, and wellness professionals will independently cater to their clients. Cirque Salon Studios wants to open a new business in a 5,000 square foot ground floor space at Homestead Station in downtown Homestead. The facility is projected to have 25 independent entrepreneurs, each with a minimum studio rent of $1,000 per month. The $78,750 that we are requesting as a grant to this business will pay for the rent during the first 6 months of operations at Homestead Station. Cirque Salon has negotiated with Homestead Station. They have an LOI already signed. They should have an executed lease agreement this week. You don't have it before you because they haven't signed it yet. The LOI I couldn't provide to you because of confidentiality. They won't release the LOI to us. But I can tell you that the terms of the lease agreement includes a 124-month lease with 2 additional periods of 60 months each. And the owner of Cirque Salon Studios is here. We have a brief presentation, and she's also here to answer any questions. But with that said, staff recommends that the CRA board approve the attached resolution authorizing the executive director to enter into an agreement and award CSS of the Keys, LLC, $78,750 from the Business Incentive Grant Program for Cirque Salon Studios of Homestead. And I would like to add that this morning I received an email from the owner informing me that they have formed a new LLC for this particular location. So upon approval, then the attorneys will correct the agreement with the new LLC's name. So it's not as listed in your packet here. So, we have a video. Would you like them to proceed?
Please, go ahead.
It's a pre-recorded.
Hello, and welcome to our vision for Cirque Salon Studios of Homestead. My name is Whitney McCachran, and I'm the owner and operator of Cirque Salon Studios of Key Largo. I'm looking forward to opening a second location in the Homestead area in the next 6 to 12 months. So who are we? Cirque Salon Studios was founded in 2008 and has 7 locations in Florida, South Carolina, and Virginia. Each location is operated independently. In 2018, I opened the Key Largo location. We're located at Mile Marker 101 in the beautiful Florida Keys. I have a background in finance, communications, marketing, and property management. Y sí, también hablo español. So what exactly is a salon suite concept? A salon suite transforms a large commercial space into efficient suites designed for salon and spa businesses. Cirque Salon Studios of Homestead will be a collection of approximately 25 suites where health, beauty, and wellness professionals will independently cater to their clients in a unique and customized environment. We believe that Homestead Station is the perfect location. Each studio comes equipped with a chair or treatment table and a shampoo or sink. All have access to shared laundry, break room, bathrooms, and lobby. When do we plan on open? In the next 6 to 12 months in the greater Homestead area. With permits in hand, the construction process will take approximately 4 months, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It will take us 2 to 3 years to fill the studios and operate at 100% capacity. We are looking for a lease term of 10 years with options to extend. And where exactly in Homestead? Well, while we've identified a number of potential locations in the greater area, and we have determined there are sufficient licensed professionals to support the concept, we are focusing on Homestead Station as our first choice. Key factors for success will be the location in a large, thriving commercial center, adequate parking, and the correct mix of rent, triple net, and tenant improvement allowance to ensure that the financial plan is sound for the long term. This is where a potential grant for the CRA would help us. And finally, why do we believe this is a good model to pursue? By converting approximately 5,000 square feet into efficient salon suites, the commercial space will be transformed into a growth-oriented economic ecosystem that benefits the salon owner, clients, Cirque Salon Studios, the landlord, neighboring businesses, and the greater Homestead community. This business model benefits professionals because for as low as $1,000, a licensed salon professional can move into their own studio in as little as 48 hours. These entrepreneurs establish their own pricing and choose what products to sell. They keep 100% of their profits. Studio owners set their own schedules and can have access 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Independent, not alone, is our motto. While the studio owners are almost always a sole proprietorship, they are surrounded by other like-minded professionals. During COVID, we found that the one-on-one business model allowed studio owners to resume business more quickly after the shutdown. This business benefits the landlord because the upscale environment will attract some 1,000 people to visit the professionals at Cirque Salon Studios, and as a destination, they will likely patronize the adjoining businesses. This is a long-term relationship with a lease term of 10 years with options to renew. The landlord also gains an owner with significant professional experience and daily oversight. There are also substantial leasehold improvements involved, converting the empty bays into a thriving business. This business will benefit the larger Homestead community because our model allows more health, beauty, and wellness professionals to grow their own businesses and realize increased income potential. Using Cirque Salon Studios of Key Largo as a model, 92% of studio owners are minority and or women-owned, 33% are first-time business owners, and 17% employ others. Their success helps fuel not only their own families, but also provides additional income that is spent on other businesses in the community. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to joining the Homestead business community.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Member Bailey?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple questions for staff. As far as the bays that have actual windows that you see from 320th or Chrome, have we thought about what that's going to look like from the outside?
I'd like to ask the owner, perhaps you can answer that. I'm not sure what type of window treatments she was going to have on her window. So, Whitney?
Good afternoon.
Hi, thank you for having us here. The windows, while we're looking at the space, it's on Maori, approximately 5,000 square feet, 75 of frontage, and we would either have uniform window treatments across the bays to give it a sense of uniformity, or the newest spot, which I just visited in Goose Creek, South Carolina last month, has put a frosted window treatment across the front to allow the natural light to come in, which the hairdressers all want, but also provide some privacy for those that are getting treatments.
Great. So you would do some basic advertising on the windows as far as services that you're providing?
I need to check with the landlord. I haven't seen the final lease. My current lease in Key Largo does not allow for treatments on the front windows, and I suspect this one would be the same. We don't want people to be putting handwritten signs on windows. We were looking for more professional. So, for example, in Key Largo, I don't allow that.
That's what I was hoping for, too.
Yeah.
Thank
in
you.
the lobby, there will be a sign with a directory with everyone's information, and we keep a very active social media profile, and that gives people the opportunity to advertise there.
Great. So rent for each one of the bays would be $1,000 per month?
The small ones start at $199 per week, which is about $800 per month, and the larger doubles, which are actually made for two people to work, would be $399 per week or $2,000 per month.
I know that some of our local high schools now are starting these barber and nail tech type places, so I think that's a great opportunity also for someone just starting off for this to be somewhat of an incubator type program also. Do you typically have all of your bays full at, say, the location in the Keys?
So yeah, usually it takes 2 to 3 years to ramp up. I just finished my 3rd-year anniversary last month. I have 2 studios left, and I have 3 people waiting to sign leases in January. So I think we will be full by January 5th.
Great. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Avila.
Thank you, Mayor. Not too many people know, but I do have a license for cosmetology that I got while I was in high school, and I, to this day, keep it active because you just never know. Maybe in retirement I'll go back to doing that. But I support this item. I think that it will be a great addition to our downtown. I think that it will serve a purpose among the newer, fresher, licensed young professionals in our community that'll be coming out of high school and trade schools. And a while ago, we did have a beauty school of America's here, and I've been working on trying to bring that back. And I was working on that with Mr. Kevin Miles, who was here earlier. I don't know if he's still here. But I think that having this business in our downtown would help that venture in bringing trade school opportunities back to Homestead. So with that, I will rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the concept is great. I think it's going to add a much-needed presence that we need over there in downtown. For the last couple of years, we've been asking ourselves, what is keeping that place from revitalizing? So I think part of it had to do a lot with the pandemic, but also I think some of the negotiations that some tenants have had with the landlord haven't always been that easy. I don't know if you're allowed to comment, but I did read in the packet that you had started negotiations with the landlord prior and it didn't move forward in the manner that you wanted. Can you comment a little bit on that so that we can kind of learn firsthand from someone that has gone through it?
Sure. I am persistent, as my family likes to call me. When Homestead Station opened, I had already targeted as a location, so I have been after this deal for 3 years. Being a new construction, it's high end in terms of both rent and the maintenance charges. And so it took us the full 2 years of negotiations. And frankly, it was last year when I was able to first present to this body that once we were able to believe that we could get some additional funds with the grant, that covered the gap between what the landlord needed and what I could afford to spend on it.
Okay. So the landlord was willing to abate some portion of your initial rents? Okay,
They are.
good.
Yeah.
So part of the reason I asked this question too is also that others might want to come right behind you and kind of want a similar deal. So we want to prepare ourselves, and that'll be a question for Ms. Driver as to if funds are available. Because if we do have funds available and we can create this type of win-win and get all of those bays rented, I'd love to support that as well if it makes sense for our city. But that's the question that I'd ask you. I don't know if you have that answer.
Yes, we do have funds still available in our business incentive grant. That pot of money was designed to recruit businesses like Cirque Salon to come into the city that aren't currently in the city, to come in and invest, make this home that is going to have a good return on our investment, bring several employees. And so we look at all of that. We look at their financials. And so, yeah, to answer your question, yes, we do have some funds. But it's specifically to try to bring in the larger businesses.
the amount of funds that you guys have on hand would be able to cover all of the square footage available there, depending on the business?
It just depends. So with Homestead Station, each lease agreement is different. So not everyone pays the same amount per square footage. Not everyone gets the same number, the quality of tenant improvements. Everything is different. So that's why it's a case by case. So I can't say that we have enough to cover all the remaining bays because it depends on what their rent is going to be. And some don't need rent because initially when Whitney came before us, she wanted assistance with build out. So this turnaround, she was able to work something else out to where rent is better suited for her needs now, and she's doing a construction loan to get the build out. So it just varies. But we do have some money a little bit, not a lot, to play with.
Do you have any others that are in your pipeline similar to what they are doing in terms of getting funding from CRA?
We do. There are some that are negotiating LOIs right now with the leasing group, and so we will work with those that need it. I think there's one who they're doing quite well financially. They don't need our money.
Okay.
But yeah, there are a few other LOIs that are being negotiated, and we stand ready to assist.
Thank you. And I thank you for bringing your business to Homestead as well. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Member Fletcher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for reapplying again for this grant. If you remember, I was one of the negative votes that you received last time, primarily due to some of the other businesses that we have in Homestead who've taken a lot of time to build their businesses up, and they have higher rents and larger spaces. But due to the pandemic, and I think, to try and get that incubator rolling in the downtown, I think it's time that we do step aside and we start to try and help some of these folks move in. I think this is a positive step towards the future for that facility, and we need to do everything we can in order to help assist that. I don't think we've done enough. I know you're trying, but we've never been good at marketing ourselves here in the city of Homestead. And maybe this is the start. So I will be supporting this today. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you, Member Fletcher. Question, and for either one of you who can answer me. I recall last time the ask was a little bit less, and it was in terms of contribution toward the build-out. We saw some really nice drawings of what your anticipated build-out was going to be. This time it's cast as rental assistance, a little bit more money. Can we expect that same caliber of build-out that we were looking at when you were here the first time?
Absolutely. The look and the feel, we very much like the pictures you saw in the presentation. And if anyone wants to come down to Key Largo, mile marker 101 during the Christmas holidays, let me know, and you can walk through the facility. It's very nice.
Very good. Thank you. I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience or online wishing to speak on this matter? None appearing then, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion to approve this item. Moved by Member Avila, seconded by Vice Chair Guzman. All in favor? Any opposed? All right.
Thank you very much. I look forward to joining.
Thank you. I look forward to it. Thank you for your tenacity and perseverance. Okay. Any further reports?
No, Mr. Chair.
Any other public comments? Other public comments on the CRA agenda? There's nothing further from the board. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the CRA meeting. Moved and seconded. All in favor? None opposed. Thank you. We will roll into the council meeting in just a few moments. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead City Council meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, December 15th, 2021, and it is 6:04 p.m. The city will hold a hybrid city council meeting. The public may participate in person at City Hall or virtually utilizing video conference via WebEx events or the toll-free conference call number. Please go to cityofhomestead.com/calendar for specific details and instructions on participation utilizing video and telephonic conferencing. The meeting can also be viewed live on the City Access channel or city website at cityofhomestead.com. Public comments can be made in person at the meeting or emailed to publiccomments@cityofhomestead.com. Written public comments are limited to 300 words per comment. Written public comments on specific agenda items, including your name, address, item you'd like to comment on, and your comment, can be submitted by noon on Tuesday, December 14th, 2021, and will be included in the minutes. Written public comments on general matters, including your name, address, and your comment, can be submitted up until 30 minutes after the end of the council meeting and will be included in the minutes. Please stand and join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth. Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers. Councilman Fletcher.
Here.
Councilwoman Avila. Councilwoman Bailey. Vice Mayor Guzman. Mayor Losner.
Here. Thank you. Madam Manager, are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I understand Vice Mayor Guzman, you requested moving your item into your business to the front of the agenda. If there are no objections, please proceed.
Excellent. Yeah. I wanted to move the car item agenda 3440 with the Economic Development Council of South Dade. I wanted to have Mr. Peter England from the EDC and Jerry Grimes please proceed to the podium to talk to us a little bit about your request and what the EDC does for the South Dade community. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Peter England, Economic Development Council of South Miami-Dade. This is Jerry Grimes, Executive Director, Economic Development Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. We wanted to talk to you a little bit about the EDC, particularly on the occasion of our 30th anniversary. Next year marks 30 years of the EDC, and once again, as it has been for over that period of time, our primary effort is in job creation in South Miami-Dade. As you all know, those of us who live in South Miami-Dade are fond of telling the world we're a great place to live, work, and play, and indeed, that is true, particularly on the live and play, not so much on the work. We've got lots of residences. Our population is growing rapidly, fastest growing part of Miami-Dade County. Jobs, not so much, which is what our focus is. And in order to accomplish that, we have established certain task forces. Mayor Losner has been kind enough to join us on our military task force. And actually, since I shared with you, and I hope you've all received, our statement of accomplishments for this past year, there's a new wrinkle as it applies to the military task force, which we will address at a meeting in January. But quite surprisingly, Senator Rubio has sent a letter to the Secretary of the Air Force suggesting that they not consider the joint use agreement between Miami-Dade County and the Air Force, which is interesting since that agreement was signed almost 2 years ago. There were other asides that really affect economic development in the area surrounding Homestead Air Reserve Base, which, again, we'll discuss in that meeting in January. In addition to that, we've got a manufacturing task force because we desperately need to improve the manufacturing footprint in South Miami-Dade County with good, resilient, high-paying jobs. We've got a retail task force because the retail sector has suffered terribly, not just because of the pandemic. Frankly, it was in trouble prior to the pandemic. That has only exacerbated that trend. So we are very, very concerned about how to repurpose the bricks and mortar which made up this retail segment in our communities. We're grateful for the collaboration of all of the cities, the county, the Beacon Council, the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau. Without that kind of collaboration, we would not have been able to achieve what we've been able to do in the last year. As you know, we were successful, and Mayor Losner was a prime participant in the public hearing that related to the Florida Turnpike Authority's attempt to bridge, if you will, Palm Drive and essentially eliminate the business community in Florida City. We were there for the BRT. We've taken a position with the cities to object to the RTZ that's being proposed. The zoning surrounding the Transitway belongs to the cities. That was the reason why you all incorporated, and we stand with you in that regard. What we're here tonight is to ask you, in addition to the support and collaboration that you've given us, to join with other South Dade cities in making a financial contribution to the EDC in the amount of $10,000. Other South Dade cities have done this, and frankly, it's because of that the county has stepped up and made a significant financial contribution to the EDC in this year's budget. So we're here to express our thanks, our gratitude, and to ask, with respect, to the City of Homestead to make a financial contribution.
Thank you, Mr. England. Thank you, Jerry. And I just wanted to say, during my tenure as the chairman of the South Dade Chamber of Commerce, I got to see how you guys operate firsthand, and I've got to see all the behind the scenes, all of the meetings. And while you don't lobby, you guys certainly do advocate at a very high level for economic stimulus, and high-paying jobs has always been the forefront of what you guys have tried to do for not just Homestead, but all of South Dade. I know that you guys advocated very hard with the county commission to bring the National Guard down to the Homestead Air Reserve Base, which is a 70-acre lease that's going to bring 500 new National Guard members down here, which is going to have an economic impact on our city, along with all of the other things that you guys do. You participated in the military housing rental program, which you've got resolutions throughout just about every city in South Dade. So I am a big supporter of the EDC. I think, to my colleagues, the $10,000 that, if approved tonight, I think what they do in return far exceeds, and our city much more benefits from the $10,000 that we would be approving tonight if that were to happen. So I encourage my colleagues also to support the EDC. They're doing a great job for the city of Homestead, and I'll continue to support you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice
So for
Mayor.
that, I make a motion to support the EDC, $10,000.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. And first off, congratulations on your 30th anniversary and the work that you're doing in South Miami-Dade. For clarification purposes, in order for you to really have a footprint and support municipalities, is it your model that we invest $10,000 in order to receive that support? Because in reading the information, I see that you're advocating and you're rallying for and against different projects, but I'm trying to get a clear understanding of what that level of support for our specific municipality will look like.
Well, thank you for your question. And I think particularly in terms of the city of Homestead, we feel like there probably is more opportunity available to the EDC in the South Miami-Dade community, in the city of Homestead, than virtually anywhere else in South Miami-Dade, between the Park of Commerce, between including the land, the county-owned land, just north of the base. That's to Vice Mayor Guzman's comment, where this Florida Army National Guard facility is going to be located. But frankly, that land is ripe for development. And what we need in this community and throughout South Miami-Dade are jobs. That's what's lacking, and good, well-paying jobs. We have a couple of manufacturing firms, one of which is right here in Homestead, Kimry, which not only survived the pandemic, but went to a second shift. They are thriving, and they are adding people, and what they're producing is custom air filters, which, among other things, they're the only supplier for air filters for the Boeing 787. That's right here in Homestead. Those are the kind of jobs
that we need. You know, the service industry will always be with us in Miami-Dade County, but we need more made in USA product and have it made here in South Miami-Dade County. We believe it's possible. We believe it can be done, and we are setting about to accomplish that. One of the things that we do is bring together everyone in South Miami-Dade. You know, South Miami-Dade, for a long time, and I've lived here almost 40 years, had a kind of a victim complex. You know, everything was focused on downtown. The powers that be focused all of the jobs, all of the new development in downtown. And I'm here to tell you, I think we're changing that paradigm. There's a new Beacon Council, and their interest is in the entire county. To give you one example of what your Beacon Council has done, they basically saved an entire crop of salmon and Atlantic sapphire last year because the county had commandeered all of the CO2 that was available because of the pandemic, and it was all going to hospitals. If they had not been able to reach out to the mayor's office and rescue that CO2, an entire crop of salmon would have been lost, which would have been a disaster. So I'm here to tell you that it takes all of us together, pulling together. We are South Miami-Dade, and together we can make things happen. And we no longer need to have that kind of victim complex. We're significant. We are 600,000 people, 20,000 jobs. We're a force to be reckoned with.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. And we agree that we definitely need more jobs in South Miami-Dade. But in speaking about the Deep South Dade, I think it's very important that we not forget Homestead, because oftentimes Homestead is forgotten. And I love South Dade, but I'm a fierce advocate for Homestead. And if we move forward, I want to ensure that there's a clear plan to support the city of Homestead. In here, you acknowledge that our Park of Commerce is right. It's a prime target for development. So just off the bat, what do you foresee your role in bolstering business in our Park of Commerce?
We are working with the county, with their RER department, which is, you're going to ask me what RER stands for. I'm not sure I can get all it. I know it's regulations and economic resources. But with them, they are committed to working with us to provide marketing dollars so that as we identify these segments for development, we can go out away from Miami-Dade County and pinpoint those industries in those segments that would consider relocating to our part of the world. And as you can see right now, that's happening to a large degree in Miami-Dade County. We've got companies moving here from New York, moving here from California. There is a trend. What we've got that other parts of Miami-Dade don't have is land. And that's our secret weapon. And yes, when it comes to looking at where these businesses are going to go, Homestead, frankly, has more opportunities just in terms of the land available than virtually anywhere else in South Miami-Dade.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any comments from members to my right? Do we have a second for the motion? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes, so I'll second with a question. Again, as I stated earlier, we've not been very good at marketing ourselves over the years. Back when I was on the council 20 years ago, we were partners with the Beacon Council. When was the last time, or have we ever supported the Economic Development Council from the city standpoint as far as monetarily?
To my knowledge, never.
Okay, so again, I think that's just a miss on our part long term. Again, sometimes you can't see the forest for the trees. We're trying to focus on the local issues, and I think we have to bring in outside entities to help us provide that additional look and feel to help promote our areas. So I will second with the motion, and we'll go forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Fletcher. I have a question for the manager. Obviously, this has been pending on the agenda for about a week. can you tell us what your thoughts are if this passes tonight, from where within the budget these dollars would be reprogrammed?
As you know, Mayor, it's not budgeted. I don't know where the dollars would come from, but obviously if it's the direction of the council, we will figure out a way to make it happen.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. I know that we haven't subscribed to the EDC, but I have had the pleasure of meeting you on multiple occasions in and around Homestead and at other events. And you've come out on your own time to visit local clubs and to speak with the people and the professionals that are in those organizations and to expand the knowledge base about Homestead and specifically Kimry, for example, and the manufacturing, which is something that I'd like to advocate for in the coming years to bring more of that to Homestead for opportunities for job creation, obviously. I want you to try for a moment and pretend this room is empty and there's no one behind you. Would you be willing to opine on what you think about the City Place Homestead idea as well as Bitcoin? The City Place Homestead that we've got on the agenda coming. Are you familiar with the project and what we're planning to do?
You're talking about City Place Homestead?
Mm-hmm.
I do not have great familiarity with that project, no.
Okay. All right. Are you familiar with City Place Doral?
Yes.
What would you say about that type of project coming to Homestead?
Again, without knowing the details, and we do not, obviously we have a board, and we don't simply endorse something without a full discussion of the facts and the approval of our board, understanding that job creation is our primary motivation. Now, I will tell you that in recent times, there has been a discussion, let me put it kindly, between, which has been positioned as the environment over here and jobs over here. We think that's a false choice. We are, believe me, we are pro-environment. The community in which we live, that's what makes it desirable, because we have the kind of environment in South Miami-Dade that is attractive to people and to businesses. So the idea that it's either preserve the environment or create jobs is a false choice. We believe that both are possible, and we are going to take every care to make sure that one does not harm the other.
Okay. And do you have any opinion on the technology revolving around Bitcoin and how Bitcoin is changing municipalities?
I will tell you the same thing that I told Community Council number 15, that I told the County Commission, and that I told the South Florida Regional Planning Council. We are solidly ambivalent on that issue.
Understood. Okay. Well, a lot of the questions I had, Councilwoman Fairclough did ask for me, and I think that it's time that we subscribe to getting our name, not just as a piggyback, as being at the bottom of South Dade, but as part of the top tier municipalities that are advocated for. So thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing the item to our agenda today.
Further, Mr. England, you know, I'm pretty certain you know where I am on this. You know, by your own words tonight, you talked about your primary focus is job creation. So in my view, the flip side of that is advocating to protect the potential to create jobs. And about 2 years ago, when Copart was on the table, your board refused to take sides. And as a result, or the resulting action was the eternal, seemingly, taking of 100 acres off the table for the creation of one single full-time job in the city of Homestead, on property within the city of Homestead. And, you know, the Economic Development Council has been, you know, a good liaison between businesses and other municipalities and between government entities. But For me, that misstep colors my view of your organization forever. 100 acres taking off the jobs table forever in the city of Homestead was, for me, inexcusable under any excuse that may have been created. The practical reality is certainly as a veteran of public affairs, your organization knows when municipalities and other governments do budgeting, and I would invite you to be here in August rather than after budgets have been adopted. But in light of my concerns over your historic actions regarding the removal of jobs potential from the Park of Commerce, I cannot support 1 penny to the Economic Development Council from the budget of the city of Homestead. Further?
Mr. Mayor, in response to what you're saying, life goes on sometimes, and I don't think they had the direct say in Copart being approved because you weren't on council, nor were I. That was a completely different administration.
I was, and
okay.
As mayor, I approached them.
Okay.
I mean, it may have been the same result, but maybe it could have swung the pendulum. But the fact of the matter is their organization refused to take a position.
Probably within their bylaws, they're not allowed to take a position. They may not be able to do that. They don't want to get that political. But what I'm saying is we need to look forward, not backwards. We're here to make good decisions now to make sure that we're moving in the right direction. So I think if we're thinking about the past, we're never going to get past it. And if your opinion is to never support something because of something they did in the past, that's your opinion. I don't agree with it, but I guess that's why we're here.
Like public officials with ethical lapses and criminal lapses, they may have had stellar careers, but what will they be remembered by? That one misstep. That's human nature, and that would be their, many folks in the public sector, both elected and as hired guns throughout our region, have that mark against them.
Gentlemen, I respectfully request that we call the question. Thank you.
That was a significant night. Excuse me?
I respectfully request that we call the question, please. There was a motion and a second.
There was, and we're certainly permitted to have thorough discussion. Councilman Roth, anything further to add? Thank you. All right, there has been a motion and a second to direct the manager to go find $10,000 somewhere. So roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilwoman Faircloth-Staggers?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey?
No.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
No.
The motion carries.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Okay, and if there are no objections, I think the manager wanted to move the discussion on the JAG grant. We're going to take a quick recess. We'll be just a moment. Thank you all for your patience for those few moments. We're now going to skip to tab 29, car number 34. I'm sorry, not 29. Sorry, Jerry. Tab 28, car number 3436, the 2021 Department of Justice JAG grant. Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 28 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, accepting a grant award from the United States Department of Justice for law enforcement crime reduction initiatives, approving the grant agreement, authorizing the city manager to execute the grant agreement, establishing a budget in the amount of $56,289 for the expenditure of grant funds, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The Homestead Police Department has applied for and received a grant from the United States Department of Justice in the amount of $56,289. The objective of the grant is to reduce crime within the City of Homestead through law enforcement crime suppression initiatives. This is a grant that we've gotten before, and now staff recommends that the Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the City Manager to enter into an agreement and establish a budget for a grant award of $56,289 from the United States Department of Justice for crime suppression initiatives. This grant requires no matching funds.
Thank you. And to clarify, this is a grant that we've had the benefit of for many, many years. It's a recurring allocation. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. It's one we've gotten before.
Okay, thank you. Any initial questions or comments from council? Okay. Anyone in the audience or online wishing to speak? All right, do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by the Vice Mayor, by Councilman Roth. We'll get you in the minutes tonight. Seconded by Councilman Roth. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Faircloth-Staggers? Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you. And as long as we're bouncing all over the place tonight, Mr. Bauman, I want to invite you to the podium to come on up and make your presentation so you can, yes. Mr. Bauman is here on behalf of the Homestead Rodeo Association.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here. Rodeo is back. After being off for a year due to the pandemic, we're back, and we wanted to invite the community to come out. We're the only pro rodeo in Miami-Dade County. We're one of the oldest annual professional sporting events in Miami-Dade County. It's an amazing event every year. We get a lot of tourists coming to our event. We're a major fundraiser event for a lot of local non-for-profits. We're an all-volunteer nonprofit organization ourselves. We were hit hard by COVID. Some folks have left, so we're kind of limited as far as volunteers and members these days. So unfortunately, we're not doing the parade this year, and we're consolidating some of the events, but we will be doing it. And I wanted to thank you guys. We appeared here in October because overflow parking is a big deal for us. Where our footprint is, we're kind of getting squeezed out now. We've been leasing the field next door for many years, and I wanted to thank Council for helping us out. We're going to have that for at least this year. But the problem remains as the city grows, and we're happy it's growing. We want to keep doing our rodeo. It's a big part of this community, always has been, and we hope it always will be. So we need to come up with some kind of solution. I've talked to some of you, and you've come up with different suggestions, and we'd love to continue that conversation because ultimately, we've got to solve that, either staying there and coming up with something or possibly relocating. But we maintain that property. We've done lots of improvements over the years. We'd love to stay there. We were there before, it was an airport, but we've been there since 1958. And we're a big deal in the rodeo community. Rodeo is a big sport. We get contestants from all over the world. And over the years, we've improved the actual event with the stock contractor that we use. We get contestants that are actually perform in the Super Bowl rodeo in Las Vegas. So when you go to our rodeo, you get a real good show, a real event, and just wanted to invite everyone to come. HomesteadRodeo.com or our Facebook page will give you all the details, and we hope to see everyone there.
Thank you. Looking forward to it. Appreciate it. Any questions or anything from Council before Mr. Bauman leaves? Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. One quick comment, just to thank you very much I know a lot of your volunteers work very hard, and let's not leave it for the last minute on figuring out what parking can be. I think we've got some creative ways to make it something fun, even a bigger experience. So keep us posted, whatever we can do, and I wish you a wonderful rodeo.
We will. Thank you. I look forward to speaking to you all in person. Thank you.
Councilman Roth. Well, hold on.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just the staff, just to reiterate what Jim is saying about the rodeo. It's how many years has it been here, Jim? It's like 75, something like that.
It's been there since 1949. This will be our 73rd annual rodeo.
73rd. So,
yeah.
So if we can start to think about what we can do with that location in the future, maybe relocate the arena and so that they don't have the issues with parking in the future. The rodeo sits on about 2.5 acres itself. I don't know what the parking requirements would be for an event.
We usually do about 5 acres for parking these days.
5 acres, so we need 7.5 acres in total to help. So, I mean, we got time to do that, but as long as our minds are thinking that way for the future, that maybe US 1 is not the greatest location anymore for the rodeo, as it's changing. It's evolving into just a different US 1. So just keep that in the back of the heads, and staff and Park and Rec and all those guys. I mean, we got 80 plus acres out there by the Park of Commerce. Maybe there's some kind of agreement we can come up with a parking plan to use. Maybe the Speedway's parking for that weekend. That I think they're out here now, but. There's a lot of things we can come up with ideas to save this rodeo. I mean, it's been here for a long time, and I think it's part of what Homestead is. So,
after Hurricane Andrew, I've seen the blueprints. They were proposing an equestrian center which was tied into universities where there were veterinary medicine and things like that. And that never happened, but we still have the blueprints. So that's another option, to build an equestrian center where it's not just an arena, but you have stalls and schools can study veterinary medicine. And
Yeah, I'm gonna add to the wish list that we cover the arena as well.
Yeah,
So
that always helps. We're uncovered, so we're at the mercy of the weather. There have been a few years where, like Friday night, there was nobody there. That was bad. But
it was pretty muddy. Yep, I remember.
But we also have one of the largest, if not the largest, arena. It's unusual to have that big of a rodeo arena, so it has pluses and minuses. But the fans love it. If you've been there, it's an amazing show, and we hope to see everyone there.
Yeah, and if we cover it, I mean, it just adds another dimension to it, and we can do more things with it throughout the year. So it's just not sitting, unused, except for the rodeo and other few shows that you guys do into it. But once it's covered, that adds a whole different dimension to what could be used as. I mean, that arena's got to be 50, 60, 70,000 square feet just itself. I mean, it's a big arena.
Multi-uses for something
Yeah,
like that.
exactly. So, all right,
Yeah.
that's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Bauman. Appreciate it. Thank you, Council. Okay, we're going to get back on track on the agenda. And tab 1 is car number 3358, a presentation on the South Dade Transitway project. Who's here for that?
Mr. Mayor, just by way of introduction, as you know, the South Dade Transitway project will bring bus rapid transit service between Dadeland South Metro Station in Kendall and the Southwest 344 Street Park and Ride lot in Florida City. And Holt Communications, on behalf of Miami-Dade County Department of Transportation and Public Works, has requested to be able to update Mayor and Council on this item. And gentlemen, welcome.
Good evening. Welcome. I'm sorry. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, honorable council members. Thank you for inviting us here tonight. My name is Bassam Mubayed. I'm the Division Chief for Construction from Miami-Dade Department of Transportation and Public Works. I have here Mr. Alex Gorgas and Mr. Greg that will be given a presentation and update on the BRT South Corridor project. As you all know, the BRT project is a 20-mile corridor that starts to the north at the Dadeland South train station, and it comes all the way down south to the Park and Ride at 344th Street with Florida City. We started the construction right now. As you see, there's some construction activities ongoing, and we'll be bringing in the BRT system sometimes in the spring of 2023. It's a very viable, and we're very excited to bring this project through the various municipalities and also to Homestead as well. It will act a very good project in terms of helping the communities, providing a very good and fast means of transportation from South Dade all the way up if they want to get to downtown or to further north. We understand also construction can bring in some inconveniences sometimes, and we're here to assist and to listen to any concerns that they may have, myself, and we have the staff also as well ready to answer any questions. Without any further ado, I'll turn it over to Mr. Gregory Helson, who's our PIO for construction, to go through the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening. Okay, so yes, I am Gregory Harlison, the Public Information Officer for the South Dade Transitway Project for Construction. And many of you were briefed during the planning phase, so this will serve as an update as to what we've been up to since then. And for some of you who weren't briefed, this will be new information. So it is a part of the SMART plan, as everybody knows, which is the yellow corridor that you see there. It was the first SMART plan project to break ground, and that happened back in June. And we've been rolling since, and we're just very excited to be bringing this to South Dade. Some facts about the project. This will be the first bus rapid transit corridor to be introduced in the county. And a little later I'll explain what BRT is, but it will set a new efficiency standard for public transportation, and it will be an innovative precursor to rail until the conditions warrant the need for rail, and those are conditions like ridership. It will also be a sustainable solution for future transportation demands. So what is BRT? It's basically a higher quality bus service. It's going to run at faster speeds with increased frequency, and it does that by adding features like the traffic signal preemption technology, which keeps the lights timed with the buses, and installing gate arms at the intersections. So as a bus approaches the intersection, a BRT bus approaches the intersection, light will either stay green or turn green. The gate arms will come down at the intersections, and as soon as the bus goes through, gates are back up, normal traffic and pedestrian traffic resumes. This will improve travel time and reliability, and everyone will be able to use BRT at the iconic BRT stations. This is an example of a station you see on the right, a rendering. It is center platform loading, meaning get to the center of the platform, same way you do like a train station, and you can go northbound or southbound from there, similar to rail. There will also be a through lane, so it's 2 lanes in each direction. So if a BRT bus pulls up and another one is behind it, it can just go around it. If that's not, it stop. Wi-Fi will be at every station. There will also be off-board fare collection, so you don't have to wait online to pay to get on a bus. You just buy your ticket in advance. As soon as the bus pulls up, the door is open, you get right on. CCTV cameras will be at every station for added security. Real-time bus arrival displays, so the public is aware of which bus is coming and going. Protection from the elements with the vault structure that you see here, and an air-conditioned vestibule. And although the vault is a hard surface and it's going to protect you from wind, rain, there is a little transparency to it, so there's like natural light that comes in, and you can see through it a little bit. At Homestead, you will be getting, there's 14 stations in total. At Homestead, they're getting stations at Campbell Drive, Civic Court, and Chrome Avenue. And unlike some of the other BRT stations that have been constructed, there was no need to do temporary stations here. So they went right into the clearing and grubbing to construct these. So that was part of the first group. Your stations are in BRT Group A and BRT Group B. So they will be, their estimated completion date is next summer. And the terminal station, Southwest 344th Parking Ride, is next winter, winter 2023, and that will be the conclusion of the project on schedule. The bus stops on the corridor that aren't getting converted to BRT are going to be rehabilitated, and they're going to be cleaned and painted, new lighting and benches, and it will also have off-board fare collection, and that will be happening at Southwest 324th Street, Southwest 4th Street. Public outreach has been ongoing. We sent over the fact sheet to you all earlier that is available. We are conducting public meetings at the beginning of the year. The customer relations unit, which is the way that residents get back to us, they provide feedback, inquiries, any kind of concerns that they may have. That is available on the project website, which is also up. We are meeting with private groups. We recently met with the Rotary Club, and we are coordinating with the South Day Chamber of Commerce as we speak. And we're taking all invitations at the beginning of the year to coordinate with other groups. So impacts during construction. Up to now, construction has been largely on the busway. So little traffic changes on the busway, some clearing and grubbing, and some drainage work. But next year, that will kick up, and it's going to start with some lane closures at the beginning of the year. Any information regarding lane closures, you'll get a few weeks in advance, and so will the public. Access to adjacent properties will be maintained at all times during construction. There will be some moderate levels of noise and some dust in the air for businesses and residents that are right on the busway or right adjacent to it. No need for temporary stations here, but they are constructed throughout, so service will not be interrupted for people coming in and out of Homestead. And the shared use path for pedestrians and cyclists will be maintained at all times. And thank you. That is our presentation. We are available. Questions? Right now and later.
Thank you. Council members, any questions? Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question out of curiosity, because you're going to have 2 different style bus stops, I'm assuming, right? Some will be elevated and some will be street level. Is that right?
No, nothing's elevated.
Nothing's elevated.
Everything's street level. Everything is on the busway.
So everything's on the busway. Because originally, I think we were told that these were, the BRT was going to be an elevated platform.
Yeah, so the platform is, all right, so it's not elevated in the sense of like an elevated train or anything like that, but the center loading platform is elevated, so the bus pulls right up onto it. You don't step onto the bus anymore. It's just a clean walk right on.
Okay. And so So then the only buses that'll be riding up and down the busway are the BRT buses. They're not going to be any other buses on the busway at this
So
point.
regular service will continue.
So you have two different styles of buses.
Yeah, that's why right now, it'll change to 2 lanes. So if a BRT bus stops at a BRT station and there's a bus behind it that's regular service, it just goes right through.
I got you.
So regular service will continue. BRT is getting added to the busway.
So the BRT buses are simply to move people from Florida City to DADE land quicker than if you would just get on a regular bus.
Correct. It is like an expedited service.
Okay, so what's the estimated trip time from Florida City to the first station in DADE land?
I believe it was 30 minutes. Was it?
It's roughly 40 minutes.
40 minutes?
40 minutes from Florida City to Dayland South, and then another 20 minutes from Dayland South to downtown.
And do they have limited stops along the way, and the regular buses that would be riding up and down have more stops than they do?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so each bus uses the same stop too? I mean, as far as the elevated ones versus the street level ones?
No, the regular buses, they do have their own stops, and they do not stop at the BRT stations.
Okay, so they're totally separate stops. So you have two different bus systems running simultaneously on the one busway, is what it is. All right,
So the bus
clears it up
service
for
that
me.
exists now won't change.
Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I've always been a fan of rail, but I recognize that BRT is the option at this time. So can you tell me what are the metrics in order that will trigger the pivot from BRT to rail? I know it's ridership, but what are the metrics?
Yeah. So right now, the county, what they're looking at is the opportunity to bring more patrons to the BRT, to get that ridership up to go into rail. So to get you the exact numbers of what those riderships are, I'm not sure. I need to talk to the planning folks. The planning folks have all this data. So we're more than free to send you that data. But we're working, right now the county's looking at TODs, additional parking rides in the facility. Again, we're trying to bring as more patrons to
What
use this.
What is TOD an acronym for?
It's a transit-oriented development. So it's a development where you have residents as well as businesses on the bottom. So we're looking at those opportunities to bring those developers into the 20-mile corridor, as well as parking ride. We're trying to facilitate other parking rides so more people come in so they could use the facility. So with all that being said, hopefully we'll get that ridership and then we could convert into rail in the future.
It's going to be hard to get a lot of us out of our cars, but good luck.
Yeah.
My final question is, can you go back to that slide of the stop that you said will not be this slide? So basically this will be pressure cleaned and painted.
Cleaned, painted, new benches, new lighting, and off-board fare collection. Yes.
Do you have an iteration or rendering of what that will look like?
We don't have renderings for this right now, but I can send you some of the design plans, some of the ideas that we have working on for that. But there's no rendering because it's going to look the same. It'll be clean.
I know, but you can show what the color scheme will look like and the benches will look like.
As far as color schemes and design elements go, that are going to be introduced at the BRT stations. There's going to be different color lighting and that kind of things, but these are going to be maintained as you see them, just upgraded a little bit.
Yeah, just rehabilitation, just to refine it, get it better. A lot of the canopy is going to be replaced. Cameras also, security cameras, I believe, are going to be added as well.
So there are no cameras here now?
Currently, no.
And these aren't currently maintained now?
I believe that is the responsibility.
Well, they don't look like it, at least.
They are frequently maintained, but I'm not sure what the frequency is, but they are being maintained.
So this is the only one within our municipality that will be rehabilitated, and all others will transition to that fancy design you just showed us?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
As soon as those stations are up, you'll start to see, or I'll send you guys demolition plans about how those stations are going to be taken down and when.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anything further? Councilwoman Bailey?
Thank you, Mayor. One quick question. Regarding this stop specifically, is there a reason why this one doesn't get the full BRT station? Is it the sizing? Ridership?
Again, it was through the whole planning phase, so this one didn't get the ridership to make it into a full BRT station.
Maybe because it looks like this. And people are walking a little farther to take the bus. As far as the loading, that was one of the things that I thought specifically for our community that they would enjoy, either wheelchairs or bicycles to just be able. How would people coming on the buses at this station, this one would be different in that the platform doesn't line up?
This one here?
Right.
This is the same as it's been, so there will be no changes in how they load the bus.
So one of the benefits of the BRT buses was that you could just load straight on from the dock. So how would somebody on a bicycle or a wheelchair get on through this stop?
A BRT bus will not stop at this location.
Okay.
This will be the regular bus service
Right.
that exists today.
Got it. That makes sense. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you for coming down and enduring the first 45 minutes of our evening. Appreciate the presentation.
Happy holidays.
Thank you all. All right. Next item, tab 2, car number 3412, the presentation on the Old City Hall site. Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to summarize, back in June of this year, a 163 notice went out regarding the potential purchase, redevelopment, or rehabilitation of the Old City Hall site. 5 responses were received and subsequently discussed at the August 3rd, 2021 Committee of the Whole, at which time the Council directed the staff to issue a request for additional information to the 5 respondents. 2 of the 5 submitted responses, which were discussed at the October 12th, 2021 Committee of the Whole, at which time the Council directed staff to have the respondents appear at the November 17th, 2021 Council meeting with final presentations for review and discussion. Both Related Urban and Housing Trust Group provided presentations at the November 17th meeting. Those presentations included some changes based on what was discussed at the October 12th meeting. A spreadsheet summarizing those changes was prepared by staff and is attached to this core item. The respondents had an opportunity to review the spreadsheet for accuracy, after which the spreadsheets were updated to reflect the respondents' clarifications. At the November 17th, 2021 Council meeting, the Council directed that this item be deferred to tonight, the December 15th, 2021 Council meeting. And I do believe representatives from both groups are here, from both Related Urban and Housing Trusts, to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you. And I think that we'll handle this by, turning it over to any final questions from council to either of the representatives of the 2 proposers. Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggers?
Yes, from what I understand, HTG would like to come up first and make a statement.
Good evening. Max Cruz from
Welcome
Housing
back.
Trust Group. I'd like to read a written statement on behalf of Housing Trust Group. Good evening, council members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak prior to your discussion of these proposals. First, I wanted to thank each one of you for the time and efforts you have taken to personally meet with our team throughout this long process. It has been incredibly enriching to hear from each of you just how much you truly care about the community and the future of this city. It has been an honor to be given the opportunity to provide you with a proposal for a leading-edge development plan that we truly believe can bring innovative concepts and fun activities to the city. The Council has been presented with 2 proposals from established and competent firms that have evolved substantially throughout the last few months. However, as was pointed out at the last Council meeting, this decision has been unfortunately delayed beyond the original time frame that Council has wished to act upon. As developers, we understand more than anyone, time is money, particularly in these current markets. Accordingly, and in an effort to allow the city to expeditiously move forward, at this time we are withdrawing from the process to allow the city to move quickly toward establishing a development agreement with Related Urban in the sincere hope that they will deliver that wonderful vision and favorable terms to the city. As a company, we take a long-term view, and at this time we are cheering for both of you, and we are available to help in any way. We hope, more than anything, to see this site develop to its potential and look forward to continuing being good long-term partners with the city to work together to bring quality housing and the council's future visions to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And please give my regards, and I think I speak for the entire council, to the entire HTG and Flux group and Mr. Rieger for the time, effort, and I'm sure significant financial resources into this project. And we thank you for coming down and being forthright with us in the past and tonight. And thank you. We appreciate your interest in Homestead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Avila.
Don't leave yet. I just want to say thank you very much for going through the gauntlet, for lack of a better word. And I encourage you to keep an eye on Homestead, and I invite you to come back in future projects and to bring this design and this concept back to us. There's plenty of room in Homestead. We have a lot of land. We're acquiring land throughout our CRA, and I think that there is a space for this project. So
absolutely.
Thank you. I very much respect your statement today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggers.
That was very classy, very class act. You came to this city and you put together a very respectable presentation, and I really liked what you have to offer, but you recognize that this is no longer in your best interest to proceed forward, and I thank you for your candor and the manner in which you presented your project and the manner in which you presented yourself here tonight. Very class act, and I echo the sentiments of my colleague, Councilwoman Avila. Let the door remain open. There may be a space for you in the city of Homestead, and I look forward to a potential opportunity. All the best to you now and always.
Thank you. As I said, we believe being long-term partners, and this is not the last you'll see of HTG here. We love the city of Homestead, and we're going to continue being here. Thank you.
Thank you again. Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, are there any questions or comments from council from the remaining proposer who has representatives here tonight ready, willing, and able to ask questions? Vice Mayor.
Congratulations to Urban Related. I did want to ask staff, this decision or from what just happened, Urban Related would be the selected group that we're going to move forward with, and then we would get into negotiations at a further time, or are we going to open this up for discussion?
As I understand the process, and I'll ask Mr. Pearl or the manager to jump in at any time, we would still need to give staff direction to open negotiations with Related Urban. That would be the next step, a motion to authorize negotiations.
Okay. So I've got some questions for Urban Related. If they could come up and answer some questions, please. Thank you, Mr. Mello, for being here. I had a chance to go over to City Place Doral earlier today. Very impressive what you guys have created over at City Doral. Are the same types of buildings scheduled to be constructed here? Because I noticed those were 8 feet, and the ones that are in our proposal are 6 feet. Would you guys consider going up to 8 feet?
Stories, right?
Stories.
Yeah.
Stories.
Yeah. So I think that that's part of the subsequent steps that that we'll work with the council on as to what's the right density and intensity and height of the project. But as you saw there today, I don't think that there should be a fear of the fact that that can go up to an 8-story building and still be at the right scale with that ground floor retail. So that's something we'll work out in the subsequent steps, hopefully after we have an approved agreement too with the council. But yes, we're obviously open to that dialogue.
So while I think the project is great, like I had mentioned to you before, I think we jumped the gun a little bit in deciding to move forward with that particular site at this particular time, because what I feel we have a problem with is our downtown. And I'm hoping, even though we don't have a crystal ball to see the future, I'm hoping that what happens in given direction for you guys to move forward is that it starts the process to bring some attention to our downtown. But if it were completely up to me, the downtown would have been addressed first, to have all of the efforts, groups such as Related, put our efforts in downtown so that we solve that problem first Because not too long ago, I went to a meeting with Commissioner Regalado, and they were telling us that the county is getting ready to upzone a lot of the things in the RTZ, which is the rapid transit zone. So I think sometimes we should not act prior to having what the decision from the county. And I think that's what we're doing now. And I'm not saying that I don't like your project. I think the project is great. And I think it's going to be great for Homestead. I just would like to have rather solved the problem at downtown first and then got to Old City Hall side.
Yeah,
that's just my opinion. I'd love to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
And I think that's, it's a fair statement. And I think what I've shared with most of the council members in my discussions is that I don't think those two projects and those two ideas need to be mutually exclusive of each other. I think that City Place Homestead is going to be, the spark, right? And like I said, you can't start a fire without a spark, right? So we need to have that spark, and we fully believe that City Place Homestead is going to be that spark that's going to drive that broader development in and around the downtown area. And you certainly have our support, to work with council and to work with your planning and zoning consultants to come up with the right mix and plan to generate that that interest that you're looking for in downtown. And again, frankly, it's going to start with fact of having people living downtown, right? You have to have that residential component in order to make sure that your downtown thrives. It can't thrive without the households.
With that said, we're going to need to change zoning and comp plan and future land use plan on that site, right?
We are.
So I would encourage staff to immediately start working on a plan for our downtown so that we don't waste any time and delay the progress of what downtown could be, because it could potentially be right after this project gets done.
Funny you mentioned that, because at 3 o'clock this afternoon, I sat with the manager, the assistant manager, 2 city attorneys, Mr. Corradino, and talked about those very issues through the lens of this pending RTZ ordinance. And we are going to be proactive and get ahead of the county, and hopefully we're all going to come together in mid-January and begin crafting a defined area and moving forward on, to borrow a phrase from Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggers, I think at our last meeting, we are the visionaries. We're not going to let the county mandate what our downtown and our transitway looks at. It will be our vision that can be compatible with what the county would like to see to enhance that ridership on the busway, speaking of the RTZ and the traditional bus line. So, everything is seemingly all coming together in that regard, and I don't think it could be any more timely than to have this project, which will require those code and comp plan adjustments to be included in the downtown vision. So we're to ease your concerns, I think we're there. Staff is going to begin to move that forward.
Is there still a possibility that the county could potentially preempt the municipality? I mean, I know there's not support from any of the municipalities down south, but is there that possibility that they could say, hey, we want to upzone you to 60 units an acre, 90 units an acre? Is that still a possibility?
Mr. Pearl or Mr. Corradino?
Yes, sir. The rapid transit zone had come to us as cities in a draft in April. We haven't received a new draft of that ordinance. Commissioner Gilbert, who was working on that, had suggested in a meeting we had with him in September that he would like to move something forward sooner rather than later. We're anticipating that would happen early in 2021, perhaps as early as January. We had a meeting with him in September where he suggested that he wasn't interested in preempting the cities, that he didn't want to necessarily plan and put that density in between the stations, but he was focused on putting that density, appropriate density at the station. So he suggested that the cities should come up with a baseline of transit-oriented density that they would put in the station areas, work with the county to see if they could agree that that was transit-oriented. It's questionable what transit-oriented is now. We don't have that, what they would accept as transit-oriented. We don't have that direction yet, so we would need to work on something. His suggestion was also that once the county and the cities agreed to that there would be, he wouldn't want anybody to go step backwards and take any down zoning. Perhaps if there was a down zoning, then they would preempt. So I believe the answer is yes, there's still a possibility of preemption, even though they had suggested not to. We're waiting on actual draft legislation that would move through a county committee first. Once we see that, we'll know what we're having to deal with. We expect something sooner rather than later. And the talk is that, yeah, if we can't comply, the county will just do something. So yes, if we decide not to comply at the level that they want us to, there's a great possibility, and it's legally their ability to preempt us on that.
Okay, and in your opinion, do you think 26 units an acre within half a mile of the rapid transit zone would be satisfactory, just in your opinion, based on your research?
I believe that somewhere around 26 units an acre is transit-oriented. What they will accept, I'm not quite sure. So that's flexible. I think professional standards would tell you that 26 is in the ballpark.
Okay. So again, I like the project that Related is put forth. I think it's great. I just would rather have done downtown first, but we're here, and I will go with the consensus of my colleagues. Thank you.
Councilwoman Avila?
Thank you. Oh, hold on. So I love the way this council is bringing up the topic of downtown and TODs and zoning, because I've been like championing that for years now, since my appointment times, as to wanting to see living and residential in downtown. And I'm definitely excited about future development services meetings and workshops, because these are all the things that we're all going towards. I'm of the opinion that we don't necessarily have to, like he said, keep them exclusive. And it's like saying you can't fix the flat tires on a car because the transmission's dead. You can do both at the same time, and we can put our focus and our attention into both sides and make it all work out. My question to you, Mr. Milo, is in the event that the county does demand we do something different, would you be willing to include in our negotiations and in the contract provisions that would allow us to go in and capture that added value of added units forced on us?
Yeah, and if you recall, part of our proposal is to have a revenue sharing mechanism in the agreement. So if, as Mr. Coronino said, the county does preempt or in those negotiations with the city, which is where I think this is going to end up. I believe that, the county is going to work with the municipalities like they have under their, Chapter 33C of their RTZ code and other municipalities, and they'll come to the table. You'll come to an agreement on a number, as Mr. Coronino said, that they accept and you accept, and then that'll be the number that gets adopted. But yeah, if that number happens to be a higher number than what we initially proposed, then you're protected in the fact that you're going to share in the revenues long term. So there's no downside risk for the city economically. So if it ends up being more units because of the ordinance, then yeah, you'll share in that revenue long term.
Thank you. And then you did submit some revisions to your plan and your scope of design. And not that I want to go through those bit and pieces today, because I think that tonight what we're doing is selecting a developer. We're either deciding to move forward with negotiations with you or not. And so because of that, I am ready tonight to make that decision in favor of selecting Related Urban, but I will reserve the right to pull the plug, at least my vote, on this project if I'm not happy with the final terms of that negotiation. And one thing for sure I'd like to see, and I said it from the beginning, is I want to see market rate 100%. I think right now, the way that it's been submitted, there's a percentage still in there. So I'd like to see that change. And with regards to density and the value and the units with the RTZ, Florida City just passed 36 to an acre. within 1,000 square feet radius of the busways. So I think that there's definitely potential for future value and revisions and changes, especially with technology changing and how we're going to be able to amend the view and the landscape of that property as the years go by. I mean, it's a 100-year lease. We're going to be marrying you as far as I'm concerned. So I'm willing to go steady for a few months. Let's get this contract in place and then be engaged for a while, and we'll say I do or I don't.
You gave us an extra year there, so yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I'll rest there.
Thank you. Councilman Fletcher?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Avila, from my conversation with Mr. Milo today, the reason that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the reason that they have a small portion of that as workforce or affordable is so that they could qualify for tax-exempt bonds that help finance the project. And you can elaborate if you want.
That's correct, yeah, because it allows us to obtain tax-exempt bonds and it meets the IRS code. So that's the reason for that small piece.
Also, Mr. Milo, if they do upzone, the county does preempt, do your buildings allow to go higher? You leave it set up for that, or do you just add additional buildings to the site?
So again, that goes back to that code that will be negotiated between the city and the county. But what allows you, if we're able to go a little taller, then that allows us to have a smaller footprint. By having a smaller footprint, then we can have more amenities and open space and other features on the ground. So there's kind of two tiers from a constructability standpoint as far as cost. There's that first tier at like 75 feet, and there's certain life safety provisions that you have to adhere to at 75 feet, which is about an 8-story building like you saw there in Doral. And then the next one is at 120 feet, which is about 12 stories. There, once you cross 120 feet, now you're into a whole nother level of life safety. So 75 down is one, 76 to 120 is another, and then over 120 is a whole nother criteria. But I don't see that from an RTZ perspective. There might be more dialogue around units per acre, but I don't see Mr. Cordino could tell me, and I don't see them wanting to push something higher than 120 feet max if that was the case. It's not going to be like some of our urban core projects that are 20, 30, 40 stories tall.
Yeah, my question was geared more towards, let's say you get done with phase one and there are some buildings up. Do you leave the buildings ready to go up an additional 2 stories, or if somewhere down the line you add an additional building if the negotiations called for that?
No, that's a great question. Yeah, we would add a subsequent building because it's very difficult to to design and engineer something that is 6 or 8 stories and then say, hey, let me put another 4 stories on it. That's nothing's impossible, but that's close to it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. And besides that, we're going to have pools on the roof, so we can't build on top of the pools.
That is
Vice
true.
Mayor, to your point, because when I went on the tour, that was one of my main focuses, is thinking, how can we support the downtown with this? And I do, because that was originally one of my biggest concerns. So put it on the record also, HTG, thank you very much. Flux Architects, I really appreciated sitting down with you, just like you said, that we listened and cared for the community. I really felt that from you as well. So I just wanted to say that thank you. But yeah, when we toured, you have so many great opportunities there. I think that the project itself really lends to supporting the commercial aspect of your buildings. Not only was there some big screen TVs that could be viewed from anywhere outside in the plazas, but also opportunities for marketing inside of the elevators. So I think moving forward, we really need to consider, like tonight we just passed this Cirque Salon to make sure there's no salons in there maybe for the first 2 years, that we're not doing any damage to those businesses that are starting downtown. Really push for the trolley and advertise the things that are coming downtown to get people over on the trolleys and make sure that that they're enjoying the full city. The only other thing is Councilwoman Avila, to your point, later we do have another item on the agenda with Homestead Gardens, who are also starting to look at this mixed income. I think that is the way we need to move in the future. We can't be secluding areas with only low income, only high income. The only way that we're going to see progress within our cities and our world is to have these mixed things where families have the opportunities to move up. And so I would ask you to consider rethinking that aspect of it. And if you have any opportunities to go to some of the mixed buildings that you had, I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to do that, but there is nothing different that you see. The amenities are amazing. Everybody looks the same. It's not probably what you envision. So I would love to see that continue. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, too, did take the opportunity to go up to Doral City Place last week, and I did it at night. I went at about 5:30 p.m., and I met Mr. Milo. We walked around, and, my initial concern was, everybody was talking about the word density, and I can tell you I was standing in the middle of the street at 7:30 at night, and no cars were pushing me out of the road. It was quite eye-opening, actually, to sit there and see that there were people walking up and down the streets. I mean, 2 ice cream shops in 2 different buildings, but both of them were packed. It was a great little scene to see, and the overall scale. Initially, I was thinking, oh my goodness, we're going to have 8-story buildings sitting on the corner of US 1 and Campbell Drive, and really put it in perspective. It's 10 of me, stacked on top of one another, and the way it was outlined with the landscaping and everything, I really did enjoy the overall aesthetics of it. I would like to, throw my 10 cents in there. I really like the Southwest style architecture, but that's me, and there's seven of us up here. But I really think that long term, this is the right way to move forward if we can come to an agreement with the city staff and bring that back to us for review. I think at this point in time, I would be ready to offer the motion that we direct city staff to go into negotiations with Related Urban and, come back to us with a product here in the next month or so.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Are you seconding, please? A second by Councilwoman Bailey. Councilwoman Fairclough-Steiger?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Albert. We've had some great conversations. I appreciate your willingness to sit down, or albeit on the phone, in transit from work, to meet with me to discuss the project and any questions and concerns that I have. One question and concern that I had was I didn't want this project to be sold a couple years later for a profit. And you conveyed to me that that is not the case with your agreements with municipalities. So that gave me some comfort in knowing that that property will remain with your organization. When we started these conversations, my concern was the downtown. And you nailed my concerns, Vice Mayor Guzman, because I've been sitting up here for 10 years. And I've worked with staff and council, and we put in the sweat equity to invest in our downtown. And I would hate for our downtown to suffer. And we work so hard to resuscitate and reinvigorate it. But I have hope that we're going to work together as a council, as well as with our private partners, to ensure that is not the case. Because I just don't see big restaurants coming to the downtown when they can have a front-facing view on US 1. So that concerns me. But I'm going to leave the door open to the possibilities for that. I've also had the opportunity to visit City Place Doral. Not just visit, but I've hosted end-of-year events with my staff there. So there's a synergy there in Doral that I know we can bring that to the city of Homestead. If we move forward with this agreement, there's going to be that synergy here in the city of Homestead, and I look forward to that. But I want to say this in the strongest sense of the word to my colleagues: we can't forget the downtown. And as long as I'm up here, I'm going to continue saying that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you. I just, do you want to go first? No? I just want to clarify that I didn't go to City Place Doral. I went to City Place Doral and 2 other locations that were under construction and your office in, Coconut Grove. I really wanted to get to know the person we were about to marry, right? So I think that my comments with regards to the market rate, it has nothing to do with revolving around the types of residents or what I may or may not see or envision. It's more along the lines of the fact that this is prime real estate. And I would want us to make sure that we capitalize and maximize the amount of revenue that we would be able to make on this property for the benefit of our taxpayers. And so I just wanted to make that clarification that I did a vast amount of field tripping around up north. And I really, really appreciate all of you, my colleagues, for doing the same, because I did make that recommendation at one of our early workshops for us to take a field trip, come out of Homestead, go up and see other places around the county that could give us inspiration, and here we are today. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that, to all of you.
Thank you. Councilman Roth?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm good with what I've heard up here tonight. The only thing that concerns me is the county, and this is a totally different topic, not for tonight, but it was mentioned already that the density issues that they want to impose on municipalities along the busway and the transportation corridor are quite frightening to me in case of natural disaster evacuations and trying to get people out of here quickly. I think the push to put density along the busway is a pipe dream for somebody that thinks they're going to put rail in here in the future. If it's going to be rail, none of us are going to be around to ever see it. But we're going to suffer with the construction, we're going to suffer with the traffic, and we're going to suffer with a lot of things along the US 1 corridor and the busway. So I just wanted to put that out there and put that on the record that it frightens me that they want to jam that many people into a small area when it's already been shown and proven that we can't get people out of here in case of a hurricane or natural disasters coming our way. All the way back to Hurricane Andrew, for those that were here that tried to evacuate from our area, you couldn't get out of the state of Florida if you left 24 hours prior to the storm landing. Not to mention the fact that there was no fuel available once you got to Orlando to get out of the state. So those are things that these planners need to think about for the future. When you jam all these people in here, you got to get them out of here some way eventually. And that's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Roth. And as I said earlier, that's why we're going to be proactive, and we're going to craft the vision for our transit corridor and adjacent properties and the downtown, not somebody in their ivory tower in downtown Miami. And I'm hopeful that we can all come together for that meeting we're trying to put together in mid-January for a long afternoon or a long morning and begin to address those issues. And I just want to say that, this is just the first step. We're just authorizing a negotiation. We're not endorsing product mix. We're not endorsing units, density, or the commercial tenants. We are endorsing the ability, the experience, and the financial wherewithal of Related Urban to come, as Mr. Milo said, light that spark that will ignite not only the US 1 corridor, but I believe ignite our downtown. I'm certain that once this decision tonight hits the trade media in the next couple of days, and when we hopefully all sit here and have the ceremonial signing of the actual development agreement, we're not going to need the EDC or anybody else to market Homestead. Our own actions are going to be marketing our own community. So, with my support tonight, I'm endorsing, again, that courtship, that engagement, if you metaphors we've used tonight, with Related Urban to go forward and do something unprecedented in this community. So if there's nothing further, is there anyone in the audience or online wishing to speak on this matter?
Mr. Mayor.
come back and close public hearing. Final comments, Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes, I did want to ask Mr. Milo, because in the proposal, it's got net 15 and net 10, and I know we'll get into that further when we get into negotiations, but one of the things that I'll be looking for is it net before earnings, income taxes, depreciation, amortization, just so that we can have an idea of things that I would like to see.
Yeah, it's net after debt service payment, but before depreciation and taxes, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We'll close the public hearing then and ask for a roll call vote on the motion to enter into negotiations with the related urban group for the development of the old City Hall site.
Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggers.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey.
Yes.
Councilman Roth.
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carried.
Hallelujah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milo. All right. Before we go into the consent agenda, I want to hit upon some protocol. We have in the audience tonight 2 former elected officials. I want to recognize former Vice Mayor and 12-year member of council John Burgess. I know he was floating around here somewhere earlier. Former Councilman Maldonado was also with us, and welcome back to council chambers. And Councilman Jimmy Williams, sorry. Councilman Williams, you're still here? Welcome back. All right. Next item is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Next item. Mr. White.
Yes, moving on to Section 7, Public Hearings, Ordinances, Land Use Items, Quasi-Judicial Hearings. Please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization, and further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-591, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications concerning any items on the quasi-judicial agenda.
Councilwoman Fairclough?
Yes. From tabs 14 through tab 19.
Councilman Fletcher?
Same items.
Vice Mayor?
Same items, Mayor.
Same items for myself, tabs 14 through 19.
Likewise.
Same for me.
Yeah, I recall some oil talks too, so I'm going to throw
Well,
12
you
and
did
13.
disclose those previously.
Oh, okay, yes. Yeah. All the above.
All right. All right.
So hearing no further ex parte communications, at this time I'd ask anyone who is wishing to speak this evening on the quasi-judicial items to please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn by the clerk.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Thank you. You may be seated.
All right, moving on to your first item for consideration this evening is tab 12. Tab 12 and 13 are related items dealing with the same proposed property. and development. I could introduce both of those tabs, collectively have a discussion, public hearing, and then take a vote on tab 12 and 13 separately.
That's fine.
So tab 12, so the resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval requested by Murphy Oil USA for the development of an approximately 2,824 square foot one-story convenience store and 12 ancillary self-service gasoline pumps on an approximately 0.83 acre parcel of land generally located on the northeast corner intersection of Northeast 8th Street, Campbell Drive, and Southwest 157th Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. And tab 13 is a final order of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a certificate of use requested by Murphy Oil USA to permit the sale of beer and wine for off-premises consumption in conjunction with the operation of an approximately 2,824 square foot convenience store and 12 ancillary self-service gas pumps on an approximately 0.83 acre parcel generally located at the northeast corner intersection of Campbell Drive and Southwest 157th Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Cordino?
Yes, sir. Thank you. The staff recommends the council approve the site plan and the certificate of use for this development. Murphy Oil is the applicant. The property as it exists is zoned retail commercial. That's B2 with a future land use designation of light commercial use. The property is part of a 1.83 acre parent tract, which was subdivided into two smaller tracts. One is an acre, the other is a 0.3 acres, and approved through a waiver of plat in September of 2021. The adjacent 1 acre tract was approved as a restaurant at the September council meeting pursuant to the resolution there. Obviously, so when we reviewed this, the use is permitted by the zoning code and the land use. And of course, the certificate of use is for the ability to sell for the sale of beer and wine for off-premises consumption, and we're recommending approval of that as well.
Thank you. Questions or comments from council? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask if anybody has had communication with the applicant, just to see if there was direction as to any other types of businesses that the residents may have wanted to see there. I mean, I've never had a chance to speak to the applicant. I don't know if anybody up here has had a chance to speak to the applicant. I just wanted to know the answer to that question.
You mean with the property owner or the owner themselves? No. Have you?
Vice Mayor, I mean, the applicant is present this evening and can speak to, I think, your concerns when.
Okay.
Let's have the applicant's representative come forward then, or the applicant himself, herself.
Good evening. Dwayne Dickerson on behalf of the applicant Murphy Oil USA, attorney with the name Misco & Backman, offices 14 Southeast 4th Street in Boca Raton, Florida. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. Thank you. I have a very brief presentation, or I can answer questions, whatever your pleasure.
You can go ahead with the presentation, and I'll ask questions after.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So the subject site is on your screen. It's on the northeast corner of Newton Road and Campbell Drive. As staff stated, it's approximately 1.83 acres in total, which is what you see in the yellow box. And I believe you are aware that a waiver of plat was already approved by this council to split the parcel so it could be developed separately. So on the left side is the 1 acre site, which is approved site plan for Raising Cane's restaurant. And then on the right side is the 0.83 acres, which would be developed as the Murphy Oil USA. So our request this evening is for site plan approval to develop approximately 2,824 square foot convenience store. There are 6 self-service gasoline pumps. They're dual-sided, of course, so it's 12 filling positions total, as staff stated, but there's only 6 pumps. And then as well as that, the accompanying certificate of use request to permit the sale of beer and wine as for off-premises consumption only. As I know you're aware, this went before your Planning and Zoning Board last month, and Planning and Zoning Board did unanimously recommend approval of both applications, the site plan and the certificate of use. This is the site plan, so the entire page what you see here is the 1.83 acres. On the left side, the grayed out area is the Raising Cane's, which is approved site plan. On the right side is the Murphy Oil. And what I want you to note is we were very particular to make sure that the site was designed to circulate, to park, and to interconnect with the previous approvals seamlessly. There's no access off of Campbell Drive or off of Newton Road. The access is internal to the shopping center. There's an existing access point that's there that we're utilizing. We're shifting over a teeny bit to make sure it serves all of the parcels. And then there's significant interconnectivity between the three parcels. So you have the Raising Cane's, the Murphy Oil, and then the Sonic, as you guys are aware of. So we made sure that all the circulation, or as much as possible, is internal to the site, so it would have no impacts on your adjacent thoroughfares. This is the landscape plan, and I know it's in your package. I am not even close to a landscape architect, so when I look at landscape plans, I just look for circles and symbols, right? And the more circles and symbols, the more a landscape you have, and you want to make sure it's in the appropriate places. Of course, with the high standards of the city of Homestead, we wanted to make sure that we properly screen the parking areas and the site from the adjacent rights-of-way, and we were able to successfully do that with landscaping. So you can see on your south side, there's very significant landscaping around adjacent to Campbell Drive, as well as on the north side, internal to the site, and then on both sides of the convenience store and internal landscaping. So we're very pleased that we were able to provide sufficient landscaping to properly screen this and make sure it meets the high standards of the city. These are just pictures of what the elevations look like. So this is a south perspective. You can see the canopy as well as the convenience store. What I want to show you more closely is this is Murphy's latest prototype. Okay, so you can see throughout the building they have brick and cobblestone finishing, glazing, significant glazing in windows. Some of the windows have function. Some of them are faux windows, but even the faux windows have the awesome appearance of nice glazing and window work to make sure that the aesthetics are awesome for the city. Architectural banding throughout the site, awnings, and just etc. So this is the latest and greatest. They made sure they use significant materials to make sure that the site looks very nice. And this is the building elevation on the east and the west side. You can see there's 360-degree architectural treatment. As you know, you've seen in the past, some developments look really nice in the front, and they don't take the same time to do that in the back. 360 degrees of this building have cobblestone, the brick, the glazing, the awnings, the banding. It's a fully architecturally designed building. And I promise your staff I'd be short and sweet. You know that's hard to do for a lawyer. But with that, I would just conclude by saying we're not asking for any variances. This site plan meets all of your code requirements. It meets all of your comprehensive plan regulations. It meets with the master plan for this site, as you've seen, and this is the final piece for that master plan. Staff is recommending approval, and as you know, so did Planning and Zoning Board. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I really appreciate your time, and we're really excited to be part of your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We may have some questions. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation.
Sir.
My question is, where did you come up with the concept of Raising Cane and Murphy's Oil?
It's interesting. So Raising Cane is a newer concept that you know is making a splash down here in South Florida, and I think they really appreciated the fact. Now, Murphy Oil has been around for some time. They have approximately, I think they've been around for about 25 years. And they have about 1,500 locations, about 120 plus in Florida now. But they're both newer concepts, and I think they gravitate to one another because they're doing really cool things with their architecture, and I think they both are higher quality end users in the retail market, and so they've gravitated towards one another because I think that they're gonna feed off well.
Thank you. Looking forward
yes, sir.
to it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Roth first, and then Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, got an issue with the architecture of that building. It just, and you're probably going to hear that from other council members up here. But my other thing is I don't ever recall seeing a gas station that has no access from any major road. It's like on an island all by itself, and I just, putting it out there, I just find that very peculiar that nobody would. I mean, you're driving by Coles and say, "Oh, I need some gas. Let me go in there because I can't get gas anywhere else." It's just very bizarre to me. That's all I got.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Avila.
You mentioned no variances, and that's a relief. But if you were going to ask for variances, were there any other projects or any other ideas or concepts that you would have brought but then didn't because you were going to have to ask for variances? And I guess it's a rhetorical question. I think my point is that I think our code just restricts opportunities to come to us. And so to try to bring something to us that fits the code, you get bizarre, peculiar projects. So I think that people from Coles might need to have gas. I know that we've got plenty of gas stations, but there's only 6 pumps at this one, right? So I think in states of emergencies, the more gas station pumps there are, the better. But if this is what's being brought to us and there were no other ideas for this location, I mean, I think it's also prime property. It's right off the turnpike route. So I think our code, going back to our other discussions, we've got to do that visioning session. We've got to get these things in gear so we can attract bigger and better. But thank you.
Thank you. To clarify, are you here on behalf of Murphy's or the owner of the center?
I represent Murphy, sir.
Murphy's, okay.
Yes, sir.
So to clarify, probably, the council before us was not involved in the seeking out of a tenant for the center. They're not here, and I think those questions would probably be better posed to the owner of what do they call it? Homestead Pavilion? Is that the name of the entire project?
Yes, sir.
And just to clarify, I like Murphy's, and I'm excited they're coming to Homestead. It's weird that that's where they're putting it. That's all. I agree with Councilman Roth.
I hear you, but I will state for my client, we're really excited to be here. I understand, as you know, there are some things that happen before the tenant comes to the table, but we're really interested in this site. Like you said, Councilwoman, it's a great site. We think they're going to do well. We're putting our best foot forward. We made sure we brought our best product to you that looks the best. It's one of the newest in our fleet, and we're excited to be here.
Thank you. And your client must know something we don't, that off main road access must work somehow, somewhere.
It's tough. Usually we do fight for access off of the main road, but in some situations you're dealing with Florida Department of Transportation and the county and the city, and it becomes difficult. In this case, we were able to use that frontage for landscaping and some things that we think the city would really appreciate. So,
very good. Thank you. Let me open the public hearing on both tabs 12 and 13. Is there anyone in the audience or online wishing to speak? If you would come on down and give us your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Susan Sorrentino, 2610, where do I live? Northeast 3rd Drive. The only concern I have is that's a school zone there. I know I'm always like hitting the brake on the truck as I go through there. It's 15-mile-an-hour zone. I think it's a vocational school in the corner or a high school, and then there's elementary as you go through. I don't know that there's a lot of kids walking because most get picked up. But I just want you to think about it. Is this traffic in and out of a gas station, is that safe for the kids? It's just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Any Any rebuttal comment?
I'll just say, of course, you know, we go through a very significant DRC process with your staff, your fire department, your engineering department, your planning and zoning staff, and for us as well. We want to be safe, so we've made sure this site is very well designed, it circulates well, it has great connectivity, and we're very confident that we've eliminated any safety concerns. Thank you.
Very good. If there's nothing further, then I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion for approval on tab 12, the site plan amendment. We have moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila. Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers.
No.
Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Councilman Roth.
No.
Councilwoman Bailey.
No.
Councilwoman Bailey.
No.
Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Next item is tab. That was tab 12. It's on tab 13, the certificate of use for the off-site sale of beer and wine for off-site consumption. Do we have a motion to approve? Councilwoman Faircloth-Stagger?
Okay, it's on. I probably should have clarified why I voted no, but from my understanding is if municipalities are approving gas stations in close proximity to schools, that the school district is notified. And I know this because there's a gas station going across the street from my school. And it's a big to-do with that. And there was board policy passed relative to gas stations in close proximity to schools. So we'll have to definitely look into that to ensure that we're proceeding accordingly. And that's why I voted no, because I don't support it in Coral Gables and I don't support it here.
All right, thank you. All right, so tab 13, need a motion to approve the certificate of use. Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey.
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers.
No.
Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. All right, appreciate it. Good evening. All right, first reading, car number 3367, public hearing number 2020-52, Portobello Estates, rezoning from B1 district to R1 district. Mr. White?
Yes, Mayor. Tab 14 and tab 15 are related corresponding applications pertaining to the same property. Tab 14 is the rezoning request. Tab 15 is the future land use map amendment request. So I could introduce both. You could collectively discuss, have a public hearing, but I would ask that you vote on tab 15, which is the FLUM comp plan first, followed by tab 14, which is the zoning.
All right, let's do it. Thank you.
So tab 15 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan future land use map designation as requested by American Investment Group, LLC, from light commercial use to low residential use for an approximately 9.37 acre parcel of land generally located north of Southeast 3rd Street, east of Southeast 18th Avenue, south of Southwest 320th Street, Maui Drive, and west of Southeast 21st Terrace as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Tab 14 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning requested by American Investment Group, LLC, for an approximately 9.37 acre parcel of land from restricted retail commercial use B1 zoning district to the one-family R1 zoning district for property generally located north of Southeast 3rd Street, east of Southeast 18th Avenue, south of Southwest 320th Street, west of Southeast 21st Terrace, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Cordino?
Yes, sir. Thank you. We recommend that the council approve the two requests. The subject property is currently zoned in the B1 district and has a future land use map, a designation of light commercial use. The LCU category permits hotels, motels, office, retail, and other business usage, which have insignificant nuisance and negative visual characteristics and generate less truck traffic. The B1 designation allows for typical commercial uses such as retail, office, restaurants, and similar uses. The property is currently vacant. The applicant is requesting to do both of these things so that they can come in to develop a single-family residential units. To this date, at this point, they have not yet submitted a site plan for review, but I assume that if this is approved, that they will come in with an application shortly. So we're recommending approval.
Thank you, Mr. Cordino. Initial questions or comments from council? Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And this project falls within my district. And when it came to us in 2019, I was emphatically against it because it was a townhome community and it was not consistent with the existing development in the area, and I feel that it would hamper the overall look and feel, so I did not support it. And there was a recommendation to come back to us, if necessary, with single-family homes, and they've done that tonight. So I will be supporting it tonight, but since there is no site plan, we're not at that juncture. Just want to let you know the bar is high when it comes to elevations. So I guess the prevailing statement is bring your A game, because we're going to be watching and very critical. So with that, I'll be supporting this project in my district tonight.
Thank you. I jumped the gun a little bit before we continue. Does the applicant's representative have a presentation or any comments to add to the staff report?
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank you for the time. Dan Espino from the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapinas. As I told your Planning and Zoning Board, first-time caller, long-time listener. It's good to be before all of you. Brief presentation. As was indicated, this is a site with some history. Frankly, some of you will have longer history with it than with me. It is 9.37 acres located in an area that is predominantly low-density, single-family residential areas. Ventanas is sold to the east, Santa Barbara Townhomes to the south. A little bit about that history. It's jogged. I've addressed this to staff in the Planning and Zoning Board. I find these applications to be restorative. Restorative because we're looking to take this back to what it was. 2006, it was single-family residential, changed to medium density, and in 2008, the zoning was changed to townhouses. In 2008, during the Great Recession and with lack of clarity of what the market was doing, it was changed to commercial. In my humble opinion, I don't think it should have ever been commercial. I think some of the comments you made in the previous application about visibility and the viability of commercial sites that aren't on main frontage roads is challenging. It's challenging now, especially post-COVID, where you've got an attrition of retail and restaurant space, not just in Homestead, but everywhere. And so the idea that this site could be meaningfully developed there as commercial is not a prime consideration for the market right now. Additionally, and I'll get into it also, is just that it's not suited. It's not a wide site. It's a deep site, which means that in order to make it meaningful, you got to develop most of the retail up against the residential. It's just not conducive to it. So again, from in 2008, 2009, made commercial. 2019, there was a failed attempt to roll it back to townhouses. We're listening, Councilwoman, and we're taking it to single-family residential. Just a couple points on the commercial. We did an economic study and submitted to your staff. I know that you all want commercial for purposes of business amenities for your tax base. There is still a lot of land for commercial development within Homestead, land that is much more viable, frankly, than this site. And again, one of the things that we told staff diligently asked us to do, and we couldn't quantify at this time, is what is the attrition of that commercial, of those commercial properties that have closed during COVID? We don't know yet. This is a small site, but it's something that we think that is going to take some time to reabsorb, not just in Homestead, but across. And the site has been vacant despite being commercial for some time. So, just a note on the survey, you'll see this is what I mentioned. Maori is the frontage over on the left side of it. It's a very deep property. It's not conducive to it as well. I think these two next slides are the most shocking to you, where you can see the ocean of yellow surrounding it is single-family residential, and then smack dab in the middle of it, you've got some commercial. Same thing over on zoning, where even though it's fuchsia, those are planned new development, it's still a single-family neighborhood. So the differences in our applications from 2019 to now, of course, from townhouses to single-family residential. It's a net reduction in density of 4 units per acre. The lot sizes are going to be larger in our eventual community we bring it forward. And just to be clear, and I've mentioned to all of you, the reason that we didn't bring a site plan is because there was considerable outlay of funds when they came in 2019. It's not a large developer, don't have the deep pockets of having inside teams that'll do some of these things for them at a moment's notice. So they specifically asked us that they wanted to do this in 2 steps. We recommended that they do it in 1, but we serve at the pleasure of our clients. And we told staff accordingly that our intent is, if it passes on second reading, we will come back to you, come back to the staff, and most importantly, come back to the community, which we did engage during this process. So the proposed use will be single-family residential, and I think it's important to note that despite the fact that I mentioned the commercial is not viable there, it's what could go there, what's it entitled for. And the reality is, the feedback we got from the neighbors is, we don't want commercial there. We don't want retail. We don't want garbage containers up against our back, or the backs of our properties. We don't want any further increase in rodents in the area. We want to have something that's going to match our community. That's what we're trying to do. The feedback that we got was to focus on buffering, which we'll do during site plan, walls, fences, landscaping, and that's important to us. But essentially, this restores the single-family character of the site. It advances a pattern of development that promotes the health, safety of the community and the welfare of the residents in that area. It will add to the inventory of single-family homes, which I know is important for all of you. And I think it just, again, to one of my initial points, I think it's going to protect the nature of the single-family character of this neighborhood. I personally would not want to live on a site that is potentially going to have a large retail strip smacked up against my home. And I think it's also going to help certainly increase property values as you increase the caliber of homes in the community. To Councilwoman's point, it's a small community, but they intend, when they come back for site plan, we don't have renderings, we don't have any of that yet, but they do intend to have at least 3 different models, each of which will have 3 different facades. So essentially in a community very small, you can have potentially 9 different versions of the home. As I mentioned, despite COVID, we did outreach, we did 2 Zoom meetings, and it was good that we actually had some of the neighbors that are directly behind the property come and give us their feedback. We did take this to planning and zoning, which is unanimously supported, and we ask you for your approval on both our applications this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, I think you were next up.
Thank you, Mr. Espino, for that presentation. I think it's suitable for a single-family home. Definitely not conducive to commercial, in my opinion. What I'm mostly interested in is trying to get the sites compatible with what's in our zone, which is 7,500. I don't know if you could speak to that any now, because I know we're not in site plan, but.
Sure. I mean, so what we've done at this time is just some basic massing. I can tell you that they're looking to, like everybody else, right, try to maximize while providing the best quality there. So they have run the scenario where they have sites, and again, it's not uniform across the board because it's different configurations, and it's a rectangular site. They have done 7,500 and they've done 5,500, and so the delta between those 2 lot sizes is between 45 and 55 units. That is to say, the 10 units in terms of net density is not significant. What's more is that the traffic impact of the commercial versus whichever versions of those 2 communities we're able to finally bring forward is still 1/10 of what the traffic would be in that commercial site. So we'll work with the city, and we understand the concerns. Obviously, we've been monitoring the conversations about variances and about everything else. We're sensitive to that, but there'll be lots of factors that play into that.
Councilwoman?
Thank you, and I want to thank you for the time you gave me the other day to go over the project. I did express at that time that for me this was very short notice. The first time I heard that it was coming on the agenda was, I think, after our COW meeting last week, and then I had a conversation with you Friday. This, for me, is what would be the definition of overdevelopment, because we would be essentially adding units to a property that does not have units. And I understand your perspective of the restoration project, but I would not be willing to support this item tonight because of, again, the short notice, the adding of the units to our density in that area, and I'd like to see some more estate housing projects coming to our districts. So for those reasons, I will be voting down, but I do look forward to the site plan coming in the future so that I can hopefully give comments and suggestions at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Just one note is that these are going to be 3 to 4 bedroom homes. I will say that while I understand the need or desire for state homes, we're trying to do something that's compatible with the surrounding community, which that's not what's there right now. As a matter of fact, there's been an even greater intensification than what we're asking this evening, recognizing that that's where the council wants to go. But I certainly, again, look forward to working with all of you on the second phase.
Anything further from council? All right, let me open it up to the public hearing portion. Is there anyone either online or in the audience wishing to speak on this matter? Okay, none appearing, then I will close the public hearing and ask for a motion for approval. First on tab 15 with respect to the FLUM amendment. Moved by the Vice Mayor. Seconded by Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers. I just want to say I'm going to support this at this level. I think it takes the specter of commercial, very incompatible commercial uses away from the adjoining neighborhood, and we'll have those detailed discussions later about lot sizes and unit mix and elevations. That's another discussion for another day, but I think for the benefit of the adjoining neighborhood, it takes away the specter of that very incompatible compatible use. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on tab 15. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And then a motion to approve tab 14 for the rezoning to an B1 to R1 district for this parcel. Moved by the Vice Mayor. We have a second by Councilwoman Bailey. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Staggers?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Mayor and
Mr.
Council.
Espino.
Look forward to seeing you in the new year. Happy holidays till then.
Yeah, next year. Next item is tab 16, car number 3429, public hearing 2021-10, the comp plan text amendment, which I guess is a companion item to tab 17. Mr. White?
Yes, that is correct, Mayor. Tab 16 is proposed comprehensive plan text amendments, and the companion application is tab 17, which is proposed zoning code amendments that pertain to the same proposed redevelopment of piece of property that's owned by Miami-Dade County Housing Authority, currently known as Homestead Gardens in the city of Homestead. The applicant's proposing to redevelop that. This is the first step in that process. So we have first reading of 2 requested ordinances, each for the comp plan and the zoning code. I can introduce both of those. You can collectively have a conversation, public hearing, discuss, and then take a separate vote on 16, then 17.
Thank you. Let's go forward in that manner.
All right, tab 16 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City of Homestead Comprehensive Plan as requested by DBC Presidia LLC by amending the text of Policy 2.1, Medium Density Residential Use (MRU) of the future land use element to increase the permitted net density from up to 10 dwelling units per acre to 35 dwelling units per acre for properties in the government property GP zoning district subject to the Land Development Code, amending the text of Objective 2, Private Sector Housing Division of the housing element to further clarify, amend, and include public housing within the housing provision established pursuant to Objective 2, and further amending the text of Policy 2.2 of the housing element to increase the permitted net density from up to 10 dwelling units per acre to 35 dwelling units per acre for properties containing a future land use designation of medium density residential use located within the government property GP zoning district subject to the Land Development Code, providing for the adoption and transmittal of the comprehensive plan amendments pursuant to Section 163.3184 Florida statutes, providing for inclusion in the City of Homestead Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability, conflicts, and providing for an effective date. It's first reading. Tab 17 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 Zoning, Article 3, District Regulations, Division 19, GP Government Property District, Section 30-381 Uses, to further clarify and include housing authorities as a permitted use, and establishing Section 30-382 Affordable Housing, providing that affordable housing is a permitted use subject to a maximum density of 35 dwelling units per net acre, and specific regulating design guidelines applicable to a proposed affordable housing development consistent with the Unified Site Plan requirements of the City Code and approved by the City Council. Article 4, District Regulations, Division 3, Density, Section 30-457, Maximum Density established by amending the maximum density regulations to increase the permitted net density from up to 8 dwelling units per acre to 35 dwelling units per acre for properties containing a future land use designation of medium density residential use, MRU, located within the GP Government Property Zoning District, and further amending Article 5, Non-Conforming Lot Uses and Structures, creating Section 30-553, Exception for Affordable Housing, to provide that the limitations and restrictions concerning nonconformities shall not be applicable to affordable housing developments located in parcel zoned government property GP district, provided the maximum permitted density is not exceeded, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Cordino.
Thank you. I don't really have much to add to that. That was excellent. We're recommending that the council consider these proposed text amendments. Like James said, this is about a little less than 9 acres of property. It's in the government district. And so they've got 150 units out there now. They want to tear it down. They want to build 301 units. And so what they're trying to do is it's really what's called a text amendment to the comp plan. And that's just and then they're amending the zoning code with it as well. And that's they're not changing the color of the map. They're just changing what the density would be in that map. So they're going from what the government property says now, 10 units an acre, to up to 35 in the GP district. So that's again, like I said, it's part of the Miami-Dade County Housing Department's rental assistance demonstration program, and so we're recommending that you consider this.
Thank you, Mr. Cordino. I know Ms. Slavens is here.
Good evening, everyone. Tracy Slavens, address 701 Brickell Avenue, Suite 3300. Happy holidays. It's nice to see you all. I'm here tonight joined by Mario Procida of DBC Procida and Director Liu of the Miami-Dade County Public Housing and Community Development Department to present to you the text amendments that are required for the approvals needed to redevelop the Homestead Gardens housing project. What you see on the screen in front of you is a rendering of the future project, and we're very excited to walk you through it tonight. Homestead Gardens is located off Southwest 4th Street. It's about 8.7 acres. And our requests before you this evening are for first reading of the Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment to the MRU and the Zoning Code Text Amendment to incorporate affordable housing into the government property zoning district. As Mr. Corradino said, we are not seeking to change the maps. The idea here is that this is a very narrowly tailored set of amendments to apply only to certain government properties. In fact, it would only affect 3 properties in the entire city, all of which are government-owned, this one by the county, and the other 2 are city-owned. It's Angela Mistretta Park and the CRA building, neither of which are proposed for development anytime soon. And my understanding is that the CRA building is actually a historic property. So this is the map showing you both the future land use on the left-hand side and the GP designation on the right-hand side. The property is directly bordered by Blakely Park. There's a plant nursery to our south and going backwards, I'm sorry. Blakely Park to our east, the K-8 school to our south. Touching Miami with Love is across 187th Avenue, along with other commercial uses which are up and down that section line road. We feel that this redevelopment not only makes for an excellent transition between the commercial and institutional uses that are to the east and then the residential that you find to the west, but it will greatly increase the quality of the neighborhood. I think it'll add to property values and quality of life of the residents both in Homestead Gardens and surrounding it. Above you on the screen are the text amendments. We have tried to tailor these to be as straightforward and simple as possible, only applying to government properties and only allowing for affordable housing within those government properties. Same is true and applies to the zoning code text amendments. Again, we establish density for government properties, and we do propose an amendment to the nonconformities article of the code in order to accommodate the affordable housing use. These amendments are needed. Above you are the 2 sites that also have the MRU and GP zoning and land use combination. Again, it's a city park and the CRA building. If they were to be redeveloped at the maximum density, as you can see on the screen, the park is about an acre, so it would yield 36 units, and the CRA office is about a half an acre, which would yield 17 units. But again, there is no proposal for that at this time, and it would be on you as the City Council to make that decision in the future. With that, I would like to introduce you to Director Liu to talk to you about Homestead Gardens and the programs they have.
Thank you very much for your time this evening. Appreciate all of the time that your staff has provided us to put forward this plan, which is really part of a larger comprehensive plan to deal with the public housing crisis that we face here in Miami-Dade County. We run a program that is totally funded by the federal government. We get no money from the state, we get no money from the county, we get no money from the city. We have to run public housing totally from the federal government, which admits that it does not have the capacity to fund us at a level that we would all like. We, in fact, run our public housing properties at a $10 million deficit annually. We literally have to rob Peter to pay Paul to maintain our public housing properties to a level that we are not proud of. We have some of the best public housing in Miami-Dade County for those properties that have been fortunate enough to be redeveloped over the last 5 years. And we have some of the worst public housing in the country. And I know, because I used to run all the public housing in the United States as Assistant Secretary for Public and Indian Housing under HUD. And we should not be in the business of supporting housing that does not provide a quality of life that all residents deserve in Miami-Dade County. True, the way affordable and workforce housing is developed in this country today and the type of subsidies available, the low-income housing tax credit program, the surtax program, et cetera, does involve the private sector, and in most cases, the for-profit private sector. So there is an incentive, there is an ability for those developers to make a profit. However, there are a lot of strings attached in perpetuity to the use of these properties, so that upon redevelopment of them, they have to maintain them as affordable, as well as mixed income. This is not going to be just a pure replacement of the units that are there now, that are public housing, with more public housing-like units. This is going to be a mix of public housing where the current residents will have the right to return, but also with the addition of non-public housing units that we will be calling rental assistance demonstration units, RAD units. We will have working middle-class families living in these units to create the kind of diversity that we believe is necessary for a vibrant and healthy community. And we've been doing this in other parts of Miami-Dade County. Liberty Square is probably the best example of the mixed income development change in the total complexion of a community that was probably the most crime-ridden, poverty-ridden pocket here in Miami-Dade County. So we appreciate the time to bring this forward to you and would hope that you will be able to support this, that we can work together in continued engagement so that we can have the kind of development that the city of Homestead deserves, that the people who live there deserve, and so that we can actually have a viable housing community there. Again, we do not have the capacity, we will not have the capacity to maintain or to bring up to par the homestead gardens that we would like. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Director Liu. As he mentioned, the county needs to enter into these public-private partnerships with affordable housing developers in order to redevelop these sites. The funding just isn't there otherwise, and partnering with an affordable housing developer where you will have the RAD units mixed with income-qualified affordable housing units will allow additional funding to come in. It's much like Mr. Milo had mentioned how there's a component of workforce housing that allows him to apply for bond financing. Same is true here. By incorporating the affordable housing units, we can finance the redevelopment of the entirety of the project and add more affordable units for people of income levels that are between 40 to 80% of the area median income, and the translation for that is about $35,000 to $55,000 in household income per year. Those are people that are emergency technicians, lab technicians, construction managers, graphic designers, and receptionists. These are all working, smart people that deserve a quality place to live, and it's hard to find new state-of-the-art apartment living for people in this sector. With that, I'd like to introduce you to Mario Percito to talk about the vision for the property.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council. Good to see you all in person for a change. I'm here tonight representing my company, DBC Percito, as well as the PHCD and the residents of Homestead Gardens, some of whom are here this evening. We're very excited about the development, and what we're really talking about is more than a development, but we're really talking about something that the director alluded to. It's about the rebuilding of a community. And in order to rebuild communities, you need to have combinations of income levels moving across the entire development. And I've explained the project and presented the project to each of you. We'll be walking through this quickly, but what's important to note again, and to reinforce the fact, is that none of the residents that currently reside at Homestead Gardens will be relocated off-site during the development process. Key component, nobody will be moved off-site. What we will do is we're going to build, and we'll be building on the available parking lots to the northeast corner and the southeast corner as part of Phase 1. There are currently 15 residents or 15 households contained in what is Building 5 up just below Phase 1 on the drawing. We will be relocating those 15 residents into vacant apartments throughout the complex, demolishing Building 5, and then commence with Building A and Building B as part of Phase 1. In Building A and B, we will have approximately 110 units. We will go ahead and, depending upon financing, our goal is to get the entire east side of the development completed in 2 phases and get the west side of the development, the C and D buildings, completed in a 3rd phase. We have some logistical issues as far as relocation that need to be worked out, but optimally, each of the buildings, we have 8 buildings on site as part of our overall development. I had to count 6, excuse me. We have 6 buildings on site as part of our development, and each of them will be occupied approximately equally between public housing residents and mixed income residents. So the goal is, and we will, forgetting goals, we will be creating a true mixed income environment on the property. The site is developed pretty much the same way the existing Homestead Gardens exist. We'll be respecting the street fronts along 4th Street and along the perimeters of the property. We have aligned our entrances across a lot of the sites to create safe vision corridors. Building entrances and elevators and elevator entries will be seen from the front doors of the buildings so that people can see who is in the lobby when they're coming into their premises. All of our apartment or building entrance doors will be key fob controlled. There will be cameras throughout the site, and the security will be treated with utmost importance. Read here. Unit amenities. I'll show a view of the building. This is a view of the building looking east along Southwest 4th Street. We have a mix of 4-story and 3-story buildings. The 4-story buildings are located to the east side of the site. The 3-story buildings are the C and D buildings to the west, which is stepping down to the lower rise residential that's further down the block to the west. Balconies are in most of the units. They're affording additional sets of eyes on the street. There will be entrances on the ground floor off the street fronting units. And this is another view looking west along Southwest 4th. The parking lots, the cars in the lots will be shielded utilizing hedges and plantings. And this is a view from southwest from the park, from the east side of the park. It shows the 4-story buildings in the background. We believe that the height of the buildings is appropriate and in scale. All of the buildings are elevated buildings. Each of the apartments will have washer dryers. They will have individually controlled air conditioning and heating. Energy Star appliances will be utilized. Kitchen countertops will be solid surface, quartz. The backsplashes in the kitchens will be ceramic tile. We have allergen-free vinyl plank flooring that we'll be using. And as I said previously, many of the units will have balconies. Windows will be oversized windows, letting in light and good light and air into the apartments. We have trash chutes in order to control the trash and maintain a clean site. We have trash chutes and trash rooms on each floor. Trash will dump into containers. Containers will be rolled out to trash corrals by the property manager, resident property manager. Jobs. Jobs are a big thing. What are we doing about jobs? Well, initially, we will identify residents, and we will get residents to help us work on the relocation. We'll probably have 2 or 3 residents that will work with us throughout the relocation process. We will also have a training program on site that we will offer to residents that are interested in the construction trades. There'll be OSHA classes and there'll be other safety classes that we'll offer. It's not necessarily a guarantee of employment, but what it does do is it gives people the skills if they want to go into the trades to satisfy federal requirements for safety. Similarly, we will place with our property manager existing residents. So we'll have 2 or 3 residents working with the property management group. Let's see. Rents. These are some interior views of the development. And then from a rental structure, currently residents pay 30% of their income to the authority for rent. That will maintain throughout the completion of the development. So that nothing that the public housing residents pay, that will remain the same. As far as the rents for the apartments, the affordable units, they will range from $945 for a 1-bedroom up to $1,770 a month for a 3-bedroom. As Tracy mentioned, the affordability range or the requirements for income will be approximately 40% of area median income up to 80% of area median income.
Thank you, Mario. The city's comprehensive plan very clearly sets out incentives, objectives, goals, and policies for affordable housing in the city. And one thing that was discussed in the Planning and Zoning Board meeting was that although the comp plan has these policies, goals, and objectives, not a lot has been done about it over the years. So this is a great opportunity to implement those affordable housing goals and to respond to the need in the community. Not only is this an urban infill area as part of the CRA, but there is a specific purpose here of encouraging affordable housing and giving people quality lifestyles. So our proposal is fully aligned with the goals of the comp plan, and we hope that you would agree that the project is something of very high quality. It's designed by Ziskovich Architects. We will give you more detail about it when our site plan comes before you next month. But our architect is here, and we have some residents that I think are here to speak during the public hearing. So thank you for your consideration, and if you have any questions, we are here to answer them.
Thank you. I will now open it up to questions or comments from council. Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you. I wanted to acknowledge that I really appreciate you guys giving me the time. Over, I think, almost a year, we've been talking about this project coming to us. And so, unlike the previous application that came before me, I've had a lot of time to go over my concerns and for you to listen to my suggestions and to make me feel that my input was important on this item. So that's one. Two, as much as I do appreciate the mixed income that you're bringing into this project, I appreciate more the mixed use aspect, because although there's no real commercial, you'll be including, as far as I understand, a community space where you'll be bringing resources to the residents and benefits and like a hub for that part of town and for the residents, a space for fellowship and for community living. So I really appreciate that as well. And I will be supporting this item tonight. I think that we are expanding resources to satisfy a need that already exists. And so although this application asks to add units, it's not changing the color of the map as mentioned, but it is, as I mentioned, expanding benefits to an area that I think does need it, and it is a priority to me. So I will be supporting this item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any comments? Councilwoman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I agree. We've had plenty of conversations regarding this project, and I had a lot of initial concerns because I've talked about density a lot. And I had a huge concern moving from 10 dwelling units per acre up to 35 dwelling units per acre. But you clarified that as a part of this RAD program, the Rental Assistance Demonstration Project, as a part of that program, it is a requirement to increase the density. Am I correct? Yes. Can you just clarify that? Because I don't want, the councilwoman's supporting 35 units per acre.
Yes, the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program is premised on two major changes in how affordable HUD-subsidized programs are envisioned for the future. And again, this was a program that was developed under President Obama and continued under President Trump, and in fact, and continues today. So one of the few things where you could see there's been bipartisan support of administrations over the last 10 years. And the two major changes are this. Number one, RAD is now be based on actual contracts with the federal government in components of 20 years in perpetuity. Contracts, which is very different from the way public housing is financed today. It's financed based on the whims of the annual appropriations process, which has not been very good for public housing, and which HUD has recognized there is no appetite to fund it under that process at the level necessary. However, changing it to a contract, 20-year contract basis, similar to other types of contract under the broad, what is called Section 8, not the Housing Choice Voucher Program, but a project-based component of the Section 8 section of the law. That allows developers and the public housing authorities to go out to financing entities and say, hey, now are you interested, are you willing to invest both equity and debt, because there is now this steady stream of operating subsidy and some capital subsidy, but mainly operating, that's going to support the underlying operations of the facility. And the banks and the pension funds, et cetera, say, okay, that sounds a lot better than the way public housing is financed now, which creates a lot of risk on the part of financial institutions that like to see steady income over a long period of time. Secondly, it is premised on the idea and the proof that concentrating poverty is a bad policy, which has been the policy up until really about the last 15 or 20 years of affordable housing in America, which has been actually a solution that was no solution. It's certainly, we have examples across the country of why public housing has been a failure in this country. So we have to, by law, create mixed income developments under the new HUD programs.
Thank you for that explanation. And just to kind of dovetail off of that, and we had this conversation, I wanted to make sure that there was no segregation in the units, the mixed income units, the RAD units. I did not want that segregation component, and thank you for clarifying that that will not be in play here in this development. You can go back to that slide with the existing conditions, please. Right, go back. Yes. So this is where my life story began, right here. 17 years I lived here, and we had a sense of pride of place, even in these conditions. But everybody deserves a quality of life, an elevated quality of life that they can come home to and enjoy and feel pride in. And I appreciate the fact that we're transitioning and allowing the existing residents to have a quality of life. And I see some of them here tonight in support of this project. I am excited for you. We're family. I lived here, born and raised here, and I'm excited to see this move forward. And I appreciate the fact that none of the residents will be displaced during this redevelopment period because you have those vacant apartments that they can transition into. So I'm excited for the community and more importantly, for my home, because Homestead Gardens will always be my home. Thank you.
Very Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also incredibly excited to see this happening. The added security, the added amenities, obviously, the RAD program being implemented, but it would not be hard to do better than what's been there. And my biggest concern right now is during construction, where families are still struggling with getting maintenance crews in there to look and see if there is mold. I see a dad trying to potty train his child in a bathroom that nobody would want to step into. An elderly lady whose family's coming in taping off the ducts. That's what's happening right now there. I've been in quite a few of those apartments. I understand that funding is scarce, but now to add the construction dust and the next year of development, I would like to see some assurances that we're not going to just continue neglecting things until the new buildings are up.
No, and we shouldn't be. We shouldn't be neglecting them right now. So if you have, Councilwoman, names, unit numbers, let me know, and we will take care of that. We do have a work order system where residents should be calling in those work orders, and we actually have brought down our work order queue from 3 years ago, where I would wake up every morning and check the list. Throughout the county, I would see 7,000 work orders in the queue every day. We have brought that down to a few hundred, which is still not acceptable because our goal is functional zero. However, clearly, if there are instances that you are aware of, and I'll have my crew go through the list for Homestead Gardens tomorrow, please let me know, and we will assure you that even during the period of redevelopment, that yes, we have to be concerned about the residents there. We've had that challenge in some other projects that we've been working on, and we definitely do have to pay attention because tenants and residents there doing construction are put under stress. And we have to be aware of that, and we'll be working with Mr. Procida to be responsive to concerns on the part of the residents. We have in certain cases where there have been very challenging situations for tenants or residents dealing with dust and other features of construction, where we have actually put them up in hotels at our expense, even lacking the funds, as I mentioned, so that until those units were rebuilt or rehabilitated, they would be in a safer place. So I hear you, and you have my commitment that we'll work with you on that.
I will definitely share a couple of those work orders at least. I know that there's one still pending specifically that took almost a month to have somebody come out to just tell them that, okay, now we need to get somebody in to see if there's mold or mildew. And now that's another month. So that's 2 months of wondering what your family's breathing in.
Let me know. The protocol should be as this. If it's mold and mildew, that's classified as an emergency situation. So we have a process whereby we can get emergency vendors, not our regular vendors, but emergency vendors out the next day to first do an actual scientific test. What is the level of mold, so that then we can do the correct repair work, the mitigation to deal with that. That should have been done. If it wasn't done in your case, then that clearly is a problem that should not have occurred. So give me that information, and we will deal with that.
Will you share your information with me so that I can?
Oh, yeah. We'll follow
Thank
up.
you.
We'll follow up with you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman. First, Councilman Fletcher, and then Councilman Roller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to go back to the conversation that we had here a couple of weeks ago, I believe we were talking about when we relocate these residents from that first phase, that they're going to be moving into remodeled, kind of upgraded temporary units?
The units that the residents from Building 5 will be moving into will be clean, presentable, painted units. Working functional units, as best as can be accomplished within the bones of the existing buildings.
Okay, so safe, efficient, air conditioning?
No, well, they won't be upgraded from, they'll be clean, They'll be cleaned up and remodeled units.
Yeah, that's a hard sticking point for me. I mean, some of these locations are substandard, and all of them don't have air conditioning. I mean, that's a basic. Exactly. So what I'm saying is we need to up the standards a little bit. I understand there's some money problems, but I thought part of this discussion was that they would be living in a human-related apartment, not in something that we wouldn't want to stay in.
We'll work with the developer on that, but as you know, HUD does not require to this day, anywhere in the United States, that air conditioning be part of their public housing properties. That isn't, obviously, that's a terrible policy, but that is the federal policy. I tried to change it when I was Assistant Secretary, and I couldn't get enough support of that from Congress. So to the extent that we can, within the financial limitations that even the developer will have as we move forward to improve the overall conditions of the property, we will work with them to see what we can do to deal with that issue. We've done that. We have done that in other sites.
So I would like a follow-up just to see what we can do.
Sure.
Or if we can look to other partners in the community who might want to reach out and provide support for rental AC units, that type of thing. But I think it's a basic human necessity in South Florida to have air conditioning.
Right. And inclusive of, if we have to, we'll replace the appliances so that the appliances are new. And we've done that at other developments to provide for that temporary housing on site. Okay? And we'll add some time because in many of the locations where there's not any air conditioning from the get-go, there are significant changes that have to be made in window openings, et cetera, and that also then requires working with the local jurisdiction in regards to permitting, et cetera. But your point is well made, and we will work with Mr. Procida to do as best as we can to address those situations. If it means putting in wall units in the proper fashion, we'll do that.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, my thought process is going to be along the line as Councilman Fletcher. And who manages this property right now? You do. Okay. So
just say it for the microphone. The county manages the property.
The county, okay. They haven't been doing a very good job. All right? And I suggest, as you're trying to sell this project, that you make an appointment to go down with Bailey, Councilwoman Bailey, and look at these units and look at how these people are living down there. Okay? I've walked those communities. You've got raw sewage that's bleeding out of buildings. That's not acceptable. I'm for the transformation of this property, but you've got at least 2 years to do this project, and you've got people living there in inhumane situations. And and Bailey would back me up. I've been out there. I've seen it. I picked up trash in those communities, and those people are suffering because of county management. So I suggest you go and look and see, and don't just tell us that you're going to put an air conditioning to pander to us tonight, because it really bothers me that people have to live in a project like that and are subjected to inhumane conditions.
Councilman, I agree with you.
Well, then go and see the property.
I have gone to that property.
Is that acceptable to you?
It is not acceptable.
Then why isn't it being fixed?
That is why we're proposing this redevelopment. Because, as I said, we have a $10 million deficit across our public housing properties in Miami-Dade County.
So that's those people's problem, right? They're paying you.
They're paying us, but it's not enough to operate the properties, sir, because there are also some people...
That's unacceptable.
It is not acceptable. That's why the model of changing the support for public housing has to change. If we're going to continue to have a model where some residents pay nothing because they make no income.
Yeah, but that doesn't change
and
the
it's
conditions.
30%.
That doesn't
and yes,
change.
well, what doesn't change is that the federal government is not giving us the money to support the properties in the way that they should.
I mean, those buildings should be condemned.
And we have no money from the county because the money County has other responsibilities. We get no money from the state. We get no money from the city. And I'm not faulting any of the local jurisdictions, sir.
Who's going to develop this property? The county.
No. Private development in
Who is that?
cooperation with the county.
Your
Procedure.
company.
In conjunction with the private sector. This is a public-private partnership. And that's the model upon which the federal government is saying we need to proceed because they do not have the money to take care of the backlog of capital needs in public housing in the United States, which is over $100 billion today.
Yeah, but that's not the fault of the people that live there.
It is not their fault. It is not their fault, sir. You are absolutely correct.
So then why can't we fix that?
So we have to find a way to change that paradigm. Now, in the short and medium term, yes, we have a problem.
I mean,
this problem has been building over for the last 30 years, way before I got here. Okay, and we've been changing things. We have redeveloped over 3,000 units since I got here, and we got another 7,000 to go. So let's work together and make that happen.
But you're telling me you're already operating at a $10 million deficit. So what in the future keeps these units from not turning into what they are today?
Money.
So you're going to build 350 units, whatever the number is. It's double the number that's there. And you can't even take care of the ones that are there now, based on the subsidies that you're talking about.
The financing model is different. We will have more subsidy. There will be more dollars. Right now, it just isn't feasible to rehabilitate units. It makes more sense to build new units. And with the infusion of these new contracts from the federal government, our subsidy will increase, as well as mixing in additional non-RAD public housing residents who will be paying rent at a higher level based on that schedule that Mr. Procida indicated, that will give the private sector developer the resources to maintain those units to the standards that we all want.
Will you accept my challenge and go and meet that property tomorrow? Walk those properties.
I'll schedule a time. Tomorrow I know I can't. I have a full day, sir. But
there's
we will
emergencies happening in that building now.
I'm aware. I have been to the property. Unfortunately, I'm traveling tomorrow. I can come back next week and meet you there. Happy to meet you there.
Well, I want somebody to walk that property and explain to me why these people have to live in these conditions. That's what I want to see. I'm for the property. I'm for the project. But there's going to be a lag time between now and the first building being open. And I don't want those people to suffer down there for any more.
There's definitely a lag time between the completion of construction of the first phase and the last phase and the commencement of construction on the first phase. No question about it. We're going through once we get site plan approval, we'll be going through financing, but there's a lag. And yes, there are conditions that need to be dealt with, that should be dealt with.
We need to get down there and take care of those problems.
Come up with a program.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Vice Mayor.
I'd like to hear from the public when we get there.
For the residents that didn't hear, Vice Mayor indicated he'd like to hear from the public. If any one of the residents in attendance would like to come down and speak on the project. Good evening. When you come to the podium, give us your name and address so it'll be on the record, and you have a 3-minute limit.
Hi, my name is Ray Richardson. I do current reside at Homestead Gardens. My address is 1520 Southwest 4th Street, apartment 207. The living condition over there is bad. When I first moved there, I had to fight with Miami-Dade Housing to get a new tub. When I first moved there, my tub was like molded. They came in, they painted it or whatever, glossed it. 3 months later, it was still back the same. So I had to keep fighting with them to get a new tub in the house. Sometimes they don't come out to fix the repairs when you call. You have to keep constantly calling them to come out to do the repairs. So the upgrade, it will be good. The security, it also will be good because I leave home at 5:30 in the morning for work. So, and I have another resident there also that leaves home at that time. So to have security there, it would be good for us in the neighborhood because sometimes we have people outside of the neighborhood that roams around the neighborhood at all times of the night. But as far as getting maintenance repairs done, they do need to come in and work on that more faster than what they're doing now. In a living condition, it is kind of hard when you work and you have to come home to some of the conditions that we do come home to. So it is a kind of struggle and a headache to come home to those conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for staying with us tonight. Appreciate that. Would any of the other residents wish to come forward?
Good afternoon, Councilman. My name is Billy McCrae. My address is 501 Southwest 15 Terrace, apartment 209. And my apartment have roaches and lizards crawling in my house. And the bathroom be flooding too. And no air conditioning be hot in the room. It be hot. I gotta open my window sometimes. I bought me a fan for my room, and that we need some AC. Every time I call the maintenance guy, come fix my AC or something, they can't fix it. Something wrong with it. What am I supposed to do? I bought me a fan. They need to come do something. My money be on time. They ain't trying to help us out.
Have there been, I guess, so to clarify, the county's not been responsive to your repair issues there?
Yeah, I've been calling for maintenance a lot of most blue moon I called for my AC unit about 3 or 4 times. They come out, they can't do nothing about it. I complain about the office downstairs, go down there. Oh, I said, excuse me, what about the AC? Y'all gonna fix the AC? It's hot in the house, too hot. Y'all gonna fix it, or we got about air conditioner put in the window ourselves, or what? And more money, the light go up, bill go up.
Broken windows and broken air conditioning.
You know, everything is terrible over there.
Well, appreciate that. We're going to take care of that. We're going to do what we can to take care of that until we get some new buildings done there.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Anybody else? If you feel comfortable doing so, you can pull down your mask as you're talking. I'm fine with that.
Hi, sorry I'm not dressed appropriate. It's kind of cold in here, too. Shawanda, 1520 Southwest 4th Street, apartment 206. Imagine I think we've been staying here for like 6 years, me and my kids, having to run electricity wires from one room to the next because they told me we have to get an electrician out. We don't know what's going on in your unit, and it's like keep calling them. So a plug is connected from one room to the other, so everything is running to the next. I feel like that's a safety hazard. Anything can catch on fire, and they don't care about it. Tub is molded. I've seen mice before. We have bats outside. So it's like, it's really crazy. So they really need to do something about the place. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Excuse me. Anyone else?
My name is Valeria King, which y'all might have remembered me before. I live at 1520 Southwest 4th Street, apartment 109, and I'm suffering real bad with the mold. I can't hardly stay in that place. It's so strong. I taped up all the vents. I'm constantly spraying Clorox bleach in the vents to kind of kill the scent. Sometimes it just takes me. So I have to go stay with my daughter some nights because it's so strong. Whatever it is, it's coming through those vents. And I am a diabetic. And, you know, breathing that stuff is not healthy for no one. And then also we have young kids there. They suffering with mold. All those buildings are full of mold. I used to live in the back. They had to move me out of the back. It's been now 2 years I've been to the front because the mold hadn't grown inside the walls in the shower, in the bathroom, and when they cut it open, they find things like leaves and trees growing in there. So it's something in the walls, and it's very strong, and it's making me sick. And I really believe that they need to move us out of there, all of us, and they can go ahead and fix it. And then once they fix it, they can bring us back, because every apartment building is mold. The scent is so strong, very strong. So if y'all can help us in any kind of way, please, please come out. And that smell sometimes smells like sewer. So I don't know if it's coming, I don't know if pipes in those walls or whatever. Sometimes it smells like sewer. And I you know, and then we got little babies there. And I know those babies are inhaling that stuff. If y'all can help us and get us out of those places and put us in somewhere else and let them fix on it, then we can come back. But some people have moved out because of the mold. It's really, really bad. So please, if y'all can, help us. And someone come out there to see what we're talking about. We're not just here tonight just to be here. We really, you know, I mean, I didn't even know this lady tub was like it was. I have seen trucks. I have seen trucks come there with new tubs and sinks and stuff, and we never see them. I own new tubs, come in big trucks, and they used to put them in a storage right where I lived at. And then I would see people come at night and get our tubs and our sinks, brand new, our doors and everything. We never see that stuff. They ordered really nice tubs, really nice sinks. We don't have that. What did they do with all our things? And I asked them, what y'all taking our tubs and our sinks? All our nice tubs and sinks, we never seen them. I watch people come and get them in the nighttime. Where is they? We got regular. Y'all come out there and see what I'm talking about. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. I've been seeing them big trucks come too many times, dumping off tubs and stuff. I never seen them. I don't have a new tub, but I keep mine up. But I think we should have had all brand new tubs. Where are they? Where are our sinks? Please, somebody come out there and help us out. Get us out of there, because them babies inhaling all that mold. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, let me jump in a moment. Mr. Liu, this is directed to you. And it's off topic, but I think it is more important and more relevant than our agenda item. What would you do with all of these folks if our building officials went out there tomorrow and condemned these units, as they probably should be? What would you have the ability to do with these people that are living in inhumane conditions?
You have my commitment that if in fact the conditions are as bad in any of the units as described tonight, that I will offer them Section 8 housing choice vouchers that would then give them the option to find other units throughout Miami-Dade that are habitable and to the level that we would like. Number two, if there are immediate conditions that are of such dire concerns as expressed here tonight, and I will have staff to talk to anybody who wants to talk to us to give us the information of your unit and the problems that you are having, and we will send out crews tomorrow to inspect the units, that we will put them up in hotels, for the immediate term, while we work through the issue of them allowing emergency vouchers to be allotted to them. So you have my commitment there, sir.
Because, I know a lot of the folks have been there for many years and have deep roots in our community and don't want to leave our community. And that's ultimately going to be their choice. And I'm going to look to the manager and our
However,
ability.
let me also say that even those who get vouchers will have the right to return once it gets redeveloped.
Understood. I think that was implicit in that, and you may have mentioned it.
Yes, sir.
But as an aside, I think I want to ask the manager to first thing in the morning to get with whichever of our officials are necessary and begin making those inspections and determine which of those units are not habitable right now. Now, those residents are going to have to make that choice. But, I overall, this application puts me in a really difficult position. First, I want to thank Mr. Procida. We've had, 5 or 6 meetings. You were at least one in person, Zoom calls, nothing but, with politeness and courtesy and the attempts to work with us. Certainly this proposal was first brought to us prior to the enactment of the infrastructure bill, which my federal lobbyist gives me information every week that billions have been added to the budget for affordable and public housing. Yet I'm told that there's no money to come here to buy down the units so that we're not faced with tripling what's permitted and doubling what's there now. And I only have to ask, why not? What's the problem? What's the holdup? Because the county has not done its job. And look, you're not new to this game. It's not all your fault. But I think historically, that county agency is incompetent at best, unethical and corrupt at the other end of the spectrum. To allow these conditions to exist is reprehensible. And you're attempting to remedy that, but you're asking Homestead now to absorb triple the density and double the actual because the county is so far behind. But fill us in on why and look, I understand this is a financial deal. We went through this with Related tonight. You got to have density sometimes to make projects work. And, in my thinking that perhaps, some subsidies to this developer to help with cost would not be putting us in the position of having to approve triple the permitted density. You probably heard tonight one of my colleagues voted against the addition of maybe 40 or 45 additional units because we didn't want additional units. But now we're talking about adding 150 to the 150 we already have. So has anything changed with the infrastructure bill that would help buy down some of this density request?
No, unfortunately not. There was a strong effort early on to include housing as part of the infrastructure bill, but all of that was stripped out. So there is nothing directly related to housing in the infrastructure bill. There are some elements that might help on the septic to sewer transition. There's some elements that might help on connectivity to the internet. But there is nothing in the infrastructure bill, the so-called bipartisan infrastructure bill, that's tied to redevelopment, buying down the cost of housing, to provide the deep subsidies necessary to support elderly as well as non-elderly families that, for a lot of reasons, sometimes a lot of other out of their control, cannot move into that economic level where they can pay more than what the current standard is, 30% of their income. So in order to get down to that level, it's the economics of the situation, and I think you understand this, sir. You know, you have a banking background. We need the non-RAD, non-public housing units in the project and in enough numbers to help subsidize those other units. And in addition, as I mentioned to the councilwoman here, concentrating again, only having deep subsidized units and concentrating poverty is not the direction that HUD nor do I think good public policy wants to see us to continue in. You're right, public housing in Miami-Dade County has been managed very poorly, even with the resources being at the level that they have been. That's why I was brought in 7 years ago. Then Mayor Jimenez said something's not right. And we have made significant progress. We've redeveloped close to 3,000 public housing units that I will stack up to any market rate unit in Miami-Dade County or the United States. Okay? But we still need to go through the others.
And as an aside, some of us had the opportunity to view some of those units within the last week or 10 days, and it is impressive, and that is true. There's no question.
But in the short term, again, and I would ask the city manager, we'll coordinate that with you because we do want to follow protocols and not scare people in terms of inspection of the units.
We actually plan on being there tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Okay, we will then have my staff, the appropriate management staff, to assist you in doing that inspection.
Great, and I'll be there myself.
Very good. Excellent.
So, to the residents that are here, please spread the word to the others. You're on our radar, and we're not going to allow those conditions to exist for any longer than is humanely possible. Now, ultimately, some of you may have to make the decision. Do you want to move, or are you going to stay in that unit? And that's your own personal decision. And that's whole separate and apart from this application that's in front of us tonight. And look, I just want to say for the record, I've expressed this to the applicant and their counsel. We're going to double the density, yet zero impact fees will be coming to the city of Homestead and zero tax revenue because this is a county project. It's my understanding you're exempt from paying all impact fees, and it will be exempt from the payment of real property taxes, and nobody's coming here offering us anything to offset any of those impacts. And that's what makes this a really tough decision for me. Yes, it's about those 150 families, but it's also about the greater community that are being asked to absorb that impact to fix your problem.
If I may, to build back what's there doesn't work. And to steal a phrase, it needs to get built back better. And you can't recreate, and the whole basis of 300 units in creating a mixed income community is to have a balance. It won't work from a long-term perspective to have significantly more public housing units and fewer market rate units. It works with it. It's been proven over time to have an equal mix will work. It's actually better to have more than an equal mix because the facts are that you have to maintain the property, and the only way to maintain the property is to have a rent roll that can support the operational costs. So the 50-50 split is key. It's not about density. It's not about making density a bad word. It's about we have 150 residents. to match it makes the most sense from a long-term livability standpoint and from a community standpoint. As far as public benefit, we are replacing about 2,600 feet of water pipe. We're removing existing city water pipe, the asbestos concrete pipe. We're replacing that with new water pipe. The entire sewer system that exists on the property will be replaced, so there will be no more leakage. As far as taxes go, I think that might be a subject that's up in the air at the moment. So they may revisit. We're doing investigation on the tax front. And we are here to be not only the agency's partner, but a partner with the city. So we do think that there are challenges. We do an awful lot of work renovating existing housing units, while what we call tenant-in-place work. There are a lot of challenges at the current property. It's like a no-brainer. The best path forward is for us to move forward as expeditiously as possible with the development. Wherever you guys can be helpful, it's appreciated. But there's sort of the reduction of the density is a difficult element to make work from a social perspective. But I do thank you all for all of the time you guys have committed on a personal basis to help us work through the process.
And we appreciate your appearance on numerous occasions here and at the site and nearby. It's, been very, very comprehensive. Any further? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Listening to the residents speak up here today was very concerning. And it does seem like it's a one-way street, and it's only leaning towards the county. Now, I do know that these residents need to get that development or some sort of development started as soon as possible, but it just doesn't seem like everything is lining up correctly at the time. I make a motion to defer, and that'll give them time to prove that they have taken care of some of the issues that they have with the residents.
If I may, Vice Mayor, our second reading is likely not going to be until February because we need to transmit our comprehensive plan amendment. So if I may ask that we move forward tonight so that the transmittal can occur and we have the next 2 months to work on the issues and come back to you at second reading. If by second reading we haven't satisfied you and the concerns of the residents, then a deferral would work. But by deferring tonight, it stops us in this process and delays it in a way that could add a significant amount of time to our redevelopment.
So it will also potentially impact some financing cycles where we'd fare much better if we had real approval.
So I'm looking for a way that's going to hold you accountable to making sure that the residents get taken care of. And all I've heard tonight is manager is scheduled to meet with your staff tomorrow.
Vice Mayor, I assure all of you, Mayor and council members, Vice Mayor, that we will fulfill the commitments that I've made tonight, that we will work very closely with your city manager, her department heads, with the residents to deal with both the short term as well as the questions regarding any interim kind of rehabilitation so that the units are habitable in a way that we want them. And if they aren't, if that isn't possible, again, I've made that commitment that we will find the vouchers necessary to allow these people the ability to move to locations that are safe, as well as in the near term for those situations that are very, very bad. We will put people up in short term, in hotels. And we'll do that for as long as we need to assure safety for them.
Okay, and what type of AC units are you putting in the new developments?
Central air conditioning.
Central air, okay. So we've got two things to deal with. Move forward as quickly as we can so that that process and that ball starts to roll, yet make sure that the residents get taken care of.
Yes, sir.
That's where we're at.
I think to your point, Vice Mayor, the accountability comes at second reading.
I agree with the mayor.
Write that down in the history
Yeah,
books.
I agree with him. But it does. What you do if you move this forward tonight is you essentially give us some version of 60 days to have a progress report to you that is positive, and if not, then you defer us at the next meeting.
Okay, so then I'll amend my motion, and I make a motion to move forward with your proposal tonight.
Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
But I will state, I am outraged. I have walked that property with Councilwoman Bailey. I'm on the verge of tears, thinking back to being a mother, as a mother of 3. I couldn't afford back then $1,700 a month in rent. And so what's happening with all this money? It's going to whose pockets? What's happening to those tubs and to those things? This is ridiculous. They're humble people. I knocked on those doors. Not one of them complained. Do you need anything? We're good. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Accepting the things we were bringing to them. Humble people, people in this community. Vice Mayor, you gave me, Councilwoman Haircloth, you gave me chills. This is ridiculous. Where are our county commissioners on this? Where's our representation? We have lovely Mia Devane. Please take this message back to our mayor. This is a problem. It's an emergency, and we need action now. Thank you, Councilman Roth, for striking the match. I'm on fire. This has to be fixed. And Bailey, I have her back. You heard us loud and clear. This is a probation period. Thank you.
Okay, so we have, by the Vice Mayor, a motion for approval of tab 16, the comp plan text amendment. Do we have a second? We have a second by Councilwoman Avila. Anything further from council? All right, let's have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk, on tab 16.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers.
Yes for now.
Councilwoman Bailey.
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila.
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Councilman Roth.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor LOSNER.
Yes, only for accountability at this point.
Mayor, if I may. Mayor, if I may. I'm still a little concerned that only staff is going to be present tomorrow with us. I'd still like to have Director Liu walk this property with us to see what. You said you've been with the county for 7 years? Yes, sir. 7 years. This problem has been long existing past the 7 years.
I agree. Which is why,
and I think it's an insult to these people that you're sending staff and you're not going there yourself. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Roth. All right, tab 17, do we have a motion there? Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth. Councilwoman Bailey.
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers.
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila. Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor LOSNER.
No.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you a couple months or tomorrow. Okay, we've long passed the time of needing to move an extension. Do we have an extension to extend the meeting to 10:30? Moved by Vice Mayor, second by Councilman Fletcher. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Out of the fire and into the frying pan. Tab 18, car number 3434, first reading. Public hearing number 2021-24, Village of Homestead DRI Development Order Master Plan. Mr. White?
Yes, Mayor, tab 18 and tab 19 are corresponding applications. Tab 18 deals with amendments to the Villages of Homestead DRI Master Plan, and tab 19 deals with the master plan of the Park of Commerce, which is within the DRI, pertaining to the same property. I can introduce both of those. You could have a collective discussion, conversation, public hearing, and then separately vote on tab 18 and tab 19 if that's your desire.
Sure. Thank you. Please proceed. Combination presentation.
Yes, so tab 18 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the development order for the villages of Homestead, development of regional impact, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Tab 19 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the master development plan for the Homestead Park of Commerce, located within the villages of Homestead DRI, as requested by Doug LLC, to modify the general land uses, industrial, office, commercial center to permit light assembly, manufacturing, and distribution, in addition to the uses enumerated within the Homestead Park of Commerce for property located within the Lake District, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Corradino, talk
Yes,
to
sir.
us.
The staff recommends that the council approve the proposed amendments. Essentially what's happening here is, as James pointed out, was that there's several layers of plans that go on to these areas. The first one is the Village of Homestead Master Plan, Development Order Master Plan. The second one is the Park of Commerce Master Plan. The applicant in the DRI, this used to be covered under things called the Notice of Proposed Change, and that's where you've got all these multiple sectors out there, and they've all been assigned back in the 1970s various quantities of use in each sector. I believe this had been changed in the Villages of Homestead DRI. This had been changed multiple times in the past. The applicant now is requesting a decrease of about 28 acres of school within that DRI. So it would go from 37 acres to about 9 acres, and that would be that would remain as school. The amount of industrial land would not change. In the Park of Commerce Master Plan, they're simply adding to the general land uses there light assembly and light manufacturing and distribution to the existing set of uses. So this is something that's not uncommon, but it's kind of it's not even that complicated once you figure out what the heck's going on. Just rearranging the uses within the checkerboard of the districts. So we're recommending approval.
Thank you. Is the applicant's representative here? Welcome back.
701 Brickell Avenue. I have actually two brief PowerPoint presentations, but I think I can run through them very quickly. You've had a long evening, and I think this item, as Mr. Corradino said, is fairly straightforward. 28-acre parcel on the east side of Park of Commerce Boulevard within the villages of Homestead DRI and also within the Homestead Park of Commerce. And it's important to keep a note because you have two items this evening. One speaks to the fact that it's in the DRI, and one speaks to the fact that we need a modest change or a minor change to the Park of Commerce. Here's just a close-up of the property. And as Mr. Corradino said, what occurred was about 11 and a half or so years ago. You'll see that right above, right there, thank you for showing me how to use the pointer earlier today. So that's an existing school. When this school was coming in for approvals, they actually redesignated all of this area for school site. And there was a vision and sort of a concept at the time that they might have a nearly 40-acre campus. I mean, there are obviously very, very few of those campuses around. And in fact, this school, which operates today as a Somerset charter school, has not expanded beyond its footprint, has not availed itself of the opportunity to move forward and purchase those additional 28 acres or to grow onto those 28 acres. But the property is in the Park of Commerce. And so in light of that, what we are, obviously the property is vacant and has remained vacant throughout. In light of that, what we're doing is we're asking for the property to be classified instead of as a school designated site, to be classified for an industrial designated site, to allow for the complement of light industrial uses that one would reasonably expect in the Park of Commerce. I mean, I think this is the area in which this council has historically wanted to see jobs and opportunities for business. What is envisioned for here is a light industrial warehouse distribution type concept. So I have asked, and maybe by second reading I will have a better detail on number of jobs and the like, but it would be a couple 100,000 square feet of light industrial warehouse that will translate into dozens of jobs. I mean, obviously, these warehouses need folks to staff them. They've got office and clerical staff to bring in materials. And so, we think for the vision of that Park of Commerce to create jobs, to keep maybe some of your residents from having to drive to a similar job in Doral or in the airport area, this is a positive step. And again, we've got staff's recommendation of approval. Again, the DRI request on the left, you'll see the school site, and then it becomes white, and you see the industrial. It just kind of gets added to that industrial part that is part of the Park of Commerce. We've gotten questions about, well, if you remove, school area, what happens with the schools? A couple of answers. I mean, there are already charter schools in the proximate area. There are traditional public schools in the proximate area, and the school district has consistently shown that there is capacity in the schools in the area. So there is no objection. And again, this does not foreclose other avenues for schools to open in other places. It merely allows an industrial project to be developed on this site and takes away the opportunity for a school on this site. The proposed DRI master plan, again, it will now be white, which is in keeping with the industrial that's near it. And really that's straightforward. It's a change in the map to allow for an industrial project and to remove the school designation. I don't know if the next slide, I just want to make 2 points on the Homestead Park of Commerce request. Yes, the next PowerPoint, I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say, not the next slide. Correct, thank you. So I will skip through is this it right here? Yes, I will skip through the paste and copy that we did in case these items got split up. It's the same property, it's the same pictures, it's the same situation. All we are doing here is we have staff's recommendation of approval. The Park of Commerce, which is contained within the Villages of Homestead DRI, as you all know, has its own set of regulations that, to try and give some form to the types of businesses that should come into the area. A portion of our property is in the Lake District. There are actually 3 districts within the Park of Commerce. So within that Lake District, you did not have the ability to do that light manufacturing warehouse type project that we want to do. So all we are doing is we're modifying to allow for that type of project. And here you can see, so our property's in the yellow, and you'll see that the Park of Commerce has 3 districts. It's got sort of the east end, the Lake District in the middle, and then the west end. And so you've got, a very minor change to allow for all of the uses that you would have in the rest of the Park of Commerce to be allowed here, mostly so that we don't have a project that can only have, certain uses on half the property and then not certain uses on the other half. I mean, it's unorthodox to have a property that would have the same land use, industrial, but then have set different uses based on where you stand on the property. So this just kind of unifies that. Again, the staff is recommending approval, and just this is the actual sort of language of allowing light assembly, light manufacturing, and distribution for that Lake District. For the portion of the folio, so we're not changing the entire Lake District. We're simply saying within our property, since we have both the districts, we want to be able to do all of it within that entire 28 acres. Last but certainly not least, Mr. Ventura is here today from the base. The base expressed modest concern that a small portion of our property was in the accident potential zone, the APZ2, and what they requested of us was that we proffer a declaration of restrictions that within that area that falls within our property, we will not house and store certain types of materials and restrict certain uses, so that if there is, God forbid, some accident or situation, that we are not creating a worse situation. We were happy to comply with that request. We have a declaration of restrictions that's been vetted and signed off on by your attorneys, and you will have that obviously fully executed at second reading to be able to adopt it, but we would ask you to please include it as a condition this evening. And subsequent to that, the hard correspondence from later in October is that they accepted that land use restriction and had no further comments. And obviously Mr. Ventura could elaborate on that, but he's told me if I made it clear that we were doing the covenant, he wouldn't need to stand up, and I'd like to do that for him. So that is it. Again, complimentary requests, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. And thank you all for your time. I apologize. I think Councilwoman Bailey was the only one I wasn't able to connect with this time, but I did speak with all the rest of you. And thank you all for your time, and ask for your favorable vote.
Thank you, Mr. Arza. Any initial questions or comments from council on either of these two items? No? All right. Is there anyone in the audience or online wishing to speak on this matter? None appearing, then I will ask for a motion to approve car number 3434, amending the Villages of Homestead DRI Development Order Master Plan, tab 18. Moved by the Vice Mayor. Moved by Councilman Fletcher. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila, Councilman Roth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey, Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Faircloth Staggers,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman, Mayor Losner.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Tab 19, motion to approve. Moved by the Vice Mayor. Seconded by Councilman Roth. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher, Councilwoman Bailey, Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers, Councilman Roth, Councilwoman Avila, Vice Mayor Guzman,
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you all, and a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We'll see you next year.
Next item is tab 20, a second reading on car number 3380, final fiscal year 2021 budget amendment. Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budgets for each of the several funds and departments of the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2021 by increasing the total budgeted revenues and expenditures by $2,375,467, providing for severability and an effective date.
Anything to add, Madam Manager, on second reading?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In November of every year, the city historically completes a budget amendment to the prior year's budget. This fiscal year 2021 budget amendment allows for the required appropriation of funds for the expenses of the department and/or funds. This is a customary part of the budget process, and the budget amendment allows for the budget to be trued up. Once all actual revenues and expenses are accounted for, staff recommends that the mayor and council approve and amend the fiscal year 2021 budget as outlined in the staff memorandum. This item was approved on first reading at the November 17th, 2021 council meeting.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Nope. We haven't. Anyone in the audience or online wishing to speak? Motion to approve tab 20. Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Roll call, Madam Clerk, before we lose anybody else.
Councilwoman Avila, Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers, Councilman Roth, Councilwoman Bailey,
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher, Vice Mayor Guzman, Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Great. All right. Next item is second reading, tab 21. Car number 3381, fiscal year 2022 budget amendment for purchase order rollovers from fiscal year 2021. Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is also an ordinance for second reading. It's an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budgets for each of the several funds and departments of the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2021 and ending September 30th, 2022 by increasing the total budgeted revenues and expenditures by $8,336,560, providing for repealer, severability, and an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this amendment is to roll the amounts encumbered primarily for ongoing capital projects at fiscal year end 2021 into the current fiscal year's budget. This amendment is done annually during the month of November. Staff recommends that the mayor and council approve and amend the fiscal year 2022 budget for various funds as per the attached schedule. This item was approved on first reading at the November 17th, 2021 council meeting.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? I didn't think so. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter either in person or online? None appearing. Motion to approve tab 21 on second reading. Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Roth. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers? Mayor LOSNER?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item is the second reading on tab 22, car number 3398, amending the City Code of Ordinances, Division 2, competitive bids of Chapter 2 administration. Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as you said, this is an ordinance for second reading, an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Division 2 competitive bids of Chapter 2 administration, increasing the purchasing limitations, providing additional exemptions from competitive bidding, and updating several provisions, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Is there anyone in the audience or online wishing to speak on this matter? Motion to approve tab 22 on second reading. Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Bailey? Mayor LOSNER?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Next item is tab 23. It's a motion, request for a motion on car number 3421, fiscal year 2020-2021, consolidated annual performance and evaluation, CAPER public hearing. Is that you, Madam Manager?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mayor. The City of Homestead receives a Community Development Block Grant allocation each year from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. As part of the allocation, the City is required at the end of each grant cycle to prepare a consolidated annual performance evaluation report and hold a public hearing for comments prior to submitting the report to HUD. This year's report also includes the activities funded with the CDBG-CV funding. The deadline for HUD submission is 12/31/21, which is approximately 90 days after the end of the grant cycle for September 30th, 2021. Staff recommends that the Mayor and Council authorize the City Manager to submit the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 consolidated annual performance report to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? All right. Anyone in the audience or online? We have a motion to approve this matter. Moved by Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Avila? Mayor LOSNER?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, next item is tab 24, car number 3441, recognition of former Councilman SHELLEY at LOSNER Park. Is that you, Madam Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the November 17, 2021 council meeting, staff received direction to provide a special recognition for former Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilman Stephen SHELLEY as part of the LOSNER Park expansion project and to bring the item back for consideration. Staff proposes to dedicate one of the trees near the front of LOSNER Park to former Councilman SHELLEY by installing a bronze plaque at the base with the following inscription. Colchia rosea, or the autograph tree, is a native to South Florida and the Caribbean. It takes its common name from the persistent marks that can be seen for years after signing the leaves. This tree has been planted in honor of Homestead Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilman Stephen R. SHELLEY, whose own autograph will be seen on the Homestead community for generations to come, thanks to his dedicated public service and commitment to conservation and partnership with our bordering Everglades and Biscayne National Parks. And I know Councilman SHELLEY very much wanted to be here, but he is recovering from emergency surgery. He's okay. He's on the mend, but he wasn't able to be here. He's honored to be considered for this, and though he's not here, I believe his wife, Mrs. Jen SHELLEY, was here, may still be here, is still here. And staff recommends that the Mayor and Council approve the recognition of former Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilman Stephen R. SHELLEY at LOSNER Park as presented.
Thank you. I think you brought this forward or had the idea. Councilwoman Bailey?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it is perfect. You know, I was thinking of the alligator and the footprint, and somehow he left the footprint, but you knocked it out of the literal park, and I love it. So I hope everyone agrees, and I hope that that everyone gets to see it. I'm glad that it's right by the trolleys. I think that's even more special. So thank you, staff. Perfect suggestion.
Thank you. Anything further, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. It would be a really true honor for me to participate in this recognition of Mayor Shelley, Councilman Shelley. So I'm looking forward to this event. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so do we have is there anyone in the audience or online wishing to speak? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Bailey, you want to make a motion to approve? All right, Vice Mayor seconding. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Next item, tab 25, car number 3438, donation of landscape services. Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The Keysgate Community Association wishes to donate landscaping services to beautify the medians on Alex Muxo Boulevard in front of the Homestead Sports Complex. Their suggested plan is to relocate overplanted oaks from Lucy Street between 152 and 162 avenues and replace the undesirable plants on the medians on Alex Muxo Boulevard off 152 Avenue. The proposal attached describes the scope of the work in further detail and includes irrigation, root pruning, tree transfers, and tree removals. Attached to this car is a contract between Keysgate and Brightview, who would be doing the work. And also, our attorneys suggested that they add a special project addendum to our contract with Brightview to cover this project, and Brightview has agreed to do that. And if there's anything further that needs to be done, our legal department can draft whatever is necessary. So staff recommends that Mayor and Council authorize the city manager to accept the donation of landscape services from the Keysgate Community Association in the amount of $136,499.96.
Thank you, Madam Manager. And just as an aside, I kind of view this, based on my discussions with some of the representatives, as really the very first step in the beginning of the redo of the Homestead Sports Complex. That'll really be a nice addition. I know Mr. Gonzalez is here from from Keysgate Community Association. If we have any questions, certainly my thanks and appreciation for this significant donation and first step toward that redevelopment. Anything further from council? Anything from the public? All right, do we have a motion to accept? Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers? Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for hanging in there tonight. Appreciate you being here. Looking forward to it. Our appreciation to everyone in your neck of the woods. All right. Next items, tab 26, resolution on car number 3432, sale of city-owned property, 191 Northwest 11th Street. Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the sale of real property located at 191 South and Northwest 11th Street, Homestead, Florida, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Madam Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On April 30th, 2021, the City Manager's Office received a correspondence from Tower Professional Plaza Condominium Association, Inc., expressing an interest in the purchase of a parcel of land located at 191 Northwest 11th Street with folio 10-7812-001-0270. The city requested an appraisal of the property, which rendered an estimated property value of $125,000. A notice of disposal of property was placed with the South Dade News Leader on October 15, 2021, to determine whether there were any other interested parties in the purchase of the property, and none were received. On December 3, 2021, the city received a revised offer from Tower Professional Plaza Condominium Association, Inc. for the appraised value of $125,000. Staff recommends that the Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement to sell city-owned property located at 191 Northwest 11th Street, Homestead, Florida, 33030, to Tower Professional Plaza Condominium Association, Inc. for a total of $125,000.
Thank you. Any initial questions or comments from council? It's late. Everyone's quiet. Madam Manager, do we have any policy on use of these types of proceeds. I mean, this is a capital asset. It's not restricted to a certain type of housing, and no strings attached. I guess my point is if there's not, I'd like to see this not get absorbed and lost in the general fund, that perhaps in our session that's hopefully going to happen in January, we can talk about some ideas for rolling that over into another capital asset or project rather than just having it unencumbered in the general fund.
Mayor, I'm not aware of any restrictions to the use of this. Maybe Matt could opine on that.
I'm not aware of any either. I think when we get to title, we'll see how the property was acquired. We'll get into the history, whether there were any funds used to acquire the property that had strings upon those, and we'll know that as we start going down this road.
Very good. Thank you. I just didn't want that to go by. Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask staff if they let council know prior to advertising property in the paper, because I know one of the requirements is you put it out in the South Day News Leader and you ask for offers. I'm assuming that's what staff does.
That's correct. We have to put a notice out to see if there's any interested parties in it.
Wasn't this in response to an unsolicited offer?
Yes.
That triggered our
Yes.
notice requirement.
That's what triggered it. Exactly.
When that happens, does the staff let us know? And if not, can we create some sort of mechanism to let us know prior to the solicitation?
Yes, Vice Mayor. And actually, I think that we did, in our individual conversations with council members, make them aware of this. But we can certainly do that going forward if anything like this is proffered to us again.
Thank you. That's what I would like to see moving forward.
I would certainly piggyback on that to a publication that has a much broader circulation. It's suggested to me in other instances that had we advertised differently, we may have gotten far more visionary and in-depth responses. So just a thought in the way we not only notify council but advertise those kinds of things in the future.
Understood. And also, Vice Mayor, just as a point of clarification, this originally came to our attention before you were on this council.
I'm sorry?
This came to our attention back in October before you were appointed to this council. So you would not have heard in the one-on-one discussions.
Predated your time here.
Okay.
It predated your time here.
She said.
All right, and I assume that from what I read in the notes that it's appraised value, and the appraisal is done within a 6-month period before entering into a contract.
It was, right? I'm sure it was because it was after they asked for it. July.
Thank you.
Anything further? Okay. Did we have a motion? Moved by, I think that was Councilman Roth. Second by the Vice Mayor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth, Councilwoman Avila, Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey,
Yes.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers, Vice Mayor Guzman, Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carried.
Thank you. Next item is tab 27, car number 3395, a purchase of 3 2022 Ford F-150 pickup trucks. Mr. Pearl.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 27 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the purchase of 3 pickup trucks for the City of Homestead Parks and Recreation Department, recognizing applicable exemption from engaging competitive bidding pursuant to City Code Section 2-411.1A5, exemptions from competitive bidding, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff recommends that the Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the City Manager to purchase 3 2022 Ford F-150 pickup trucks from Bozard Ford Government Fleet for $80,928. 2 of the vehicles being purchased are part of the City's Capital Improvement Plan, CIP number 2275 and CIP number 2323. The third was approved as part of the fiscal year 2022 budget, and all 3 vehicles are being funded by Parks and Recreation impact fees. This purchase will be made in accordance with the Florida Sheriff's Association and Florida Association of Counties contract FSA 20-VEL28.0. In order to ensure that local vendors had an opportunity to participate in this purchase, the Procurement Division issued a notice of intent to utilize the FSA contract, affording local vendors the opportunity to provide a quote, and no responses were received.
Thank you. Questions or comments from council? Motion to approve. Moved by the Vice Mayor. We have a second. Second from Councilman Fletcher. Any public comment? Open the public hearing. Close the public hearing. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey, Councilwoman Avila, Councilman Roth, Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers, Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor LOSNER.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Next item is tab 29, car number 3424, the appointment of the city manager. Mr. Pearl.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, appointing Gerardo Estrada as city manager, approving an employment agreement, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. At the December 7, 2021 special call meeting, this item was deferred to tonight's council meeting. Staff recommends that the mayor and council approve the attached resolution appointing Gerardo Jerry Estrada to the position of city manager effective February 8, 2022.
Thank you. And I think before we go forward, just in light of something that was pointed out at that last meeting, I think procedurally we need to have a motion to waive the notice provision in Ms. McCaffrey's contract, which provided for certified mail return receipt requested. So to put this in the proper posture, we need a motion to waive strict compliance with the notice requirements. Moved by Councilman Faircloth Stagger, second by Councilman Fletcher. All in favor? Aye. All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. You're welcome. We're not going to make you stay a minute longer than you want to. All right. Okay, any initial questions or comments from council on this item? No question. Councilman Fletcher?
Yeah, just to note, thank you everyone for allowing me the additional time. I did have a great opportunity to sit and chat with Mr. Estrada and understand his thought process and where he plans on moving the city in the future. So I do appreciate that time that everybody afforded me, and I look forward to supporting his effort this evening. Thank you. With that, I'll make the motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve, which is in effect approving the employment agreement proposed, second by Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers. Did you wish to speak, Councilwoman? Okay. All right, anything further? Mr. Roth, I see the big grin on your face down there. You brought us to this posture. Anything to add? I just want to be very clear. I do not support this process, and there are provisions in the contract that I think are overly generous and really apply to someone who is brought from the outside, who uproots their family and builds in some protection. I've discussed those items with the attorney and Mr. Estrada. While I wish for a longer career for Mr. Estrada, I hope that whatever council's in place at the time we need to hire a new manager, that we'll look at those very generous and onerous provisions that I don't feel are in the best interest of the city. I think that with the posture that Mr. Estrada's in, as being, a long history here, and his personal situation, I don't think we have any risk. And I will support the man, not the process. I think that this fast track, I feel, is brought from fear of some who fear someone from the outside looking at our structure and our process. And I'll be very clear. No one should fear any manager. If you come to work, give it your all, and you do your job ethically and competently, it shouldn't matter to anyone in this room, from the newest employee to the employee with the most longevity. If you meet that criteria, you should not fear any manager. So with that, I just want to be clear, I will support Mr. Estrada. it speaks highly of you that my colleagues believe that of the 7.9 billion people on the face of this earth, you are the only qualified person. So how can I resist that? I look forward to his tenure. Not that I'm looking forward to the end of Kate's. I was thinking earlier, though, forgive me, if I just automatically refer to you as Madam Manager in our first few meetings, please overlook that. I think we had a motion and a second for approval. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Congratulations.
Mayor, I know it's been a long night, but if I could just say a few words. First, I want to say that I'm humbled and honored by the overwhelming support I've received over the last 6 weeks from the residents of Homestead as well as the city staff. I'm not used to that much attention, but I'm not complaining, but it was overwhelming. And secondly, I want to thank this council for believing in me and trusting me and giving me this opportunity. And I can tell you now, you're going to get 100% from me. And I know that working together as a team, we can accomplish amazing things in this community and for this city. And lastly, my first act is to find out how we can reduce these council meeting times, because this is getting crazy here. Okay. So.
Hey, Jerry, it's simple. Let's enact a full residential moratorium, and that'll take care of all of these long meetings. That's not happening. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Certainly the pinnacle of the career of any
I've been working my whole life for this, and it's funny that today, you know, the folks from Homestead Gardens were here, and number one, I want to just point out the courage of those residents to actually come up here and speak, which I'm sure there was concern on their part, but I may break protocol here. As an assistant city manager and staff member, we usually don't opine publicly on matters. You know, we'll speak to each of you individually, but I have to say and I'm not meaning this in a condescending or any bad way, but I am so proud of the 7 of you, whether I would have gotten this job or not. I'm telling you right now, the emotion, the passion that all of you had, that's why we're here, right? We're here to make a difference in people's lives. And these are the people we need to help. And I was so proud, and I'm obviously going to be there with Kate tomorrow, and we're going to do whatever we need to do to help those folks and to hold the housing folks accountable.
Thank you, Jerry. Yeah, I just want to say, people don't realize the authority that you wield. I think, you know, in some of my early days with Kate, I joked, maybe she didn't think it was a joke, that she's the judge, jury, and executioner on a lot of issues here. We're just the guys that take all the blame. And there's really a true burden of responsibility. And I'll tell you, as long as you show them who's boss, you won't hear any stuff from me. Okay. It's now time for public comments. We have 2 people who signed in. They may or may not still be here. Is it Jamie Maricos? Jamie wanted to speak regarding Keep Homestead Beautiful. You still with us, Jamie? Why not? And I don't think Anton is still here either, is he? I don't see Anton. It's a long night. All right. Ms. Helm-Shelley, come on down.
Good evening. This is very odd for me. I'm usually the one at home babysitting. Well, former councilman, vice mayor, and Mayor Shelley is the one up there talking to you. So forgive me, I may not deliver this quite as eloquently as he is. As you know, being your colleague, Steve is very humble. So I wanted to thank you for bringing this forward this evening. I want to thank staff for this recommendation. As you know, Steve is a lover of the Everglades, of everything outdoors, and he would never have asked for anything like this. He would be here tonight, obviously, but he is recovering from emergency surgery, so he sent me. Again, I like to talk more sometimes and listen, but listening to this tonight, and again, the gratitude that you're showing him for his years of service to this council, to this staff, to this city, it's just grateful. He's just very grateful. I'm very grateful. And the fact that this is going to be on display for not just years, but decades to come for people who come, live in the city, come to the city, pass through the city, to visit any of these national and beautiful monuments that we have that border our city. This is just great. So I wanted to say thank you again to Councilwoman Bailey for bringing this. Thank you, staff, for this direction, and thank you to the council for approving this. Again, not quite as eloquent as probably he would have done it, but the sub for this evening. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything further, Madam Manager?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This won't take more than another half hour or so. I just want to thank all of the city departments and all of the council members who have done so much to bring so much joy and laughter and the spirit of this holiday season to our city. From the holiday decorating contest, which frankly this year knocked it out of the park. It was crazy good. The menorah lighting, the holiday drive-through shop with a cop, and so many more. And I just thank you all and give you all my best wishes for a wonderful holiday season and to share with your friends and family your love. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pearl?
Excuse me. Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry I have to ask for a couple of executive sessions. One in the matter of Venetia Gardens v. City of Homestead et al. It's case number 2021-22391 in Miami-Dade County. McIntosh v. City of Homestead et al. Case number 2018-01679 in Miami-Dade County Circuit Court. And City of Homestead versus United States of America. It's 3D 2021-1280 in the 3rd District Court of Florida. Thank you, sir, and happy holidays to all.
Make it happen. All right, Councilman Roth.
First, thank you. I just want to say what a year 2021 was. Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. And congratulations, Mr. Estrada.
Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggers?
Yes, very briefly, congratulations, Jerry. I'm going to look forward to your leadership as city manager as we transition from Kate. We're not running you out, but I just wanted to congratulate you. I also wanted to commend my colleagues for your passion and compassion with which you displayed tonight for the Homestead Gardens project. I was eerily quiet because it just took me back to a time when my mother was here advocating for support when we had drive-bys in the city of Homestead. I know you remember, Chief Rowe. My mom was here. So it just took me back to so many different, emotional and pivotal moments. But I thank you for your support. And I want to wish everyone happy holidays, Feliz Noche Buena, Merry Christmas, happy Kwanzaa, Three Kings, all those holidays. So peace, love, and goodwill this holiday season and in the year ahead. God's bless to all of you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, congratulations to Mr. Estrada. We look forward to working with you and the rest of the staff to continue the forward progress of the City of Homestead. I too want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday Season. One of the things I noticed here tonight as we come across and upon this holiday season is tonight we worked as a team. When we saw a problem, we all identified it, we all jumped on it, and we gave them our opinion of what we think. We need to do more of that, and I'm hoping that with warm wishes for the rest of the year and starting next year that we're able to do that and jump on and move forward as an organization. We're going to have our disagreements, I got it, but we can do it without malice and without malintent. A lot of things happening. We just barely scratched the surface of some of those issues tonight. We talked about $10,000 giving it to an economic development council, about $125,000 sale of city property, but we got people in the city that live under standards for any human person. We need to look at the big picture. And yes, we're not always responsible for it, but we're responsible for it. So I challenge each of you to go out and do your good deeds. Let's have a safe and happy holiday, and thank you for the city staff for everything that you do to support the city. Thanks.
Hey, Councilman Fletcher. Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman Faircloth and Councilman Fletcher. Absolutely. Working as a team, it brings a lot of joy to my heart. And Jerry, congratulations. My vote for you came from a place not of political opposition or selfishness, but from a position of common sense and great experience over the last 2 years. So I look forward to the next 4, at least. I want to give a shout out to my daughter who went to their championship game today at the Franjo Park. She is on the Pink Storm softball team here in Homestead, and she represented Homestead, and she's just 5 years old, and she got a ring. So she'll be bringing home a ring, and Mommy missed that game, and it was her first championship. But I'm dedicated to the city and dedicated to being here with you guys, my colleagues. But congrats to her and Pink Storm. I want to thank Parks and Recs for their support with my movie nights. I had 2 movie nights in my district. We had residents from all over, including Southwest District, coming out to see The Elf. It was phenomenal. I can't believe it all worked between the screen and the speakers and the projector. It all worked out great. And I look forward to Parks doing their own movie nights, and those are a lot of fun. And the feedback from the community on just being able to be out together outdoors in a safe environment was very well received, so I'm sure you'll get a lot of great feedback. I want to thank all of the local organizations in our community that are giving back and making a difference in our city during these very needy times. I want to specifically mention the Kiwanis of Homestead, Rotary. This is for the kids, Seraptimus, the Women's Club, Hombres con Propósito, and all the big and small businesses and mom and pops that are chipping in to make that difference and make it happen. And to SOS for jumping in and helping with someone who called me who was going to be homeless today, and I'm giving him some resources. So things are happening in our city, and we have to make sure that we're focusing on the big and the small issues. This Friday, I want to encourage families to come out to City Hall. I want to thank my colleagues for allowing it to happen. Right here on our courtyard, Santa will be out here passing out toys. So come on out and get yours. That'll be coming from Hombres con Propósito as well, being donated. And I'm looking forward to a prosperous 2022. And I want to also thank our First Lady, Mrs. LOSNER, for her cheese dip in the break room. It was delicious. It's the only thing I've had.
Cookies coming later in the week.
It's the only thing I had to eat today, so I really appreciate it. So Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I love all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations, Mr. Estrada. Very excited about the next few years ahead of us, especially. I want to give a quick shout out to Miss Janet Mallory, who is one of our fabulous SWAC members, the Southwest Advisory members. She was just recently honored for her role in intentional provisions. They offer mentoring programs, and she was honored by the Miami Foundation for being an outstanding community engagement member of the community. So I'm very proud to have her as part of SWAC. And speaking of honors, it is the Southwest Advisory Committee's honor to help host the Martin Luther King breakfast coming up in January. We have a meeting tomorrow at 5:30. It'll be virtual. If you would like to join or have any recommendations of outstanding members of our community to honor, we would love to have you be part of our SWAC meeting. You can call my assistant Jasmine at 305-224-4454 or send her a quick email at jday@cityofhomestead.com. Lastly, Sunday, we will be celebrating the holiday season at Roby George Park. That is 201 Southwest 11th Avenue. For our cookies and crafts, it'll be the second annual in person, third annual Cookies and Crafts holiday extravaganza with lots of fun, community, family-friendly things going on. It'll be between 2 and 5 p.m. on Sunday. I hope you can join. I wish everybody a very fabulous end of the year, and let's all walk into January calmly and collected and continuing to work for the greater good and make it the best year ever. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anything further, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just want to say it's a really exciting time. Jerry Estrada, really glad it's you. Super proud of you. I'm glad that we're going to have some really good things happen. I'd ask Madam Manager certain things, and she'd say, no, it can't be done. But I'd ask you, and you say, we'll find a way to get it done. So I like the way that works.
Now, wait a minute. I haven't signed the contract yet, and she's still the manager. Don't put him in the crosshairs.
No. So I'm just really excited, and I've liked the way we've worked in the past, and I think it's going to be a great relationship. So congratulations. I wanted to follow back to what you had said before, and I want to make sure we get the downtown zone and how we want our downtown to look and feel. So the planning of downtown, I want to make sure that we start to apply that with what Councilwoman Avila had already started in the past. So is there a time frame that we could give that and say we're going to have something done by a certain day, or at least have direct staff to do something direct, not just say we're going to do a workshop, because we say we're going to do workshops all the time and then we just forget about it, or nothing. There's no follow through. I want there to be something specific, some specific action. So if Mr. Corradino can help me, what would we need to direct you to do specifically so that we make sure we start addressing this ASAP?
Well, obviously, what we talked about earlier is the rapid transit zone issue is coming to us probably sooner rather than later, according to all our best guess from dealing with the county. It's probably best to start to look at what we consider our downtown. I think we know where the station areas are. I think we know where we are going to be asked to do something. Once we can identify what we think would be a downtown area, I think we should then start to look at the density and intensity in that geographic area. I'm pretty sure we don't think it's just the circles, the half-a-mile circles around the stations. It may be an irregular place. I think we probably should put a map down, figure that out. Once we agree to that, we'll figure out what the density is there, see if it is transit supportive, and then we should probably figure out an approach. There are a couple ways to approach this. One is the minimalist way, by saying we want to do the minimum amount available to accommodate the county, and one is a different way that would say, hey, we want to do more, and I think the council needs probably to come to that conclusion, and then we would, as staff, go back and build a land use code and a zoning code, or at least the framework of it, so that it met your goals. And we can start to do. We can't do anything without the geographic area that we know we want to work within.
So if we did a workshop, we could get consensus from council as to what we would like to see as a city, and then we can decide to see if that meets the minimum or if that meets the requirements of the county. Well, let's do what we want to do first in the vision that we want. So if we wanted to set a date for a workshop, would be that first week in January or second week in January?
We've already tried that.
Actually,
it doesn't work to have all of us there, so we're looking at the 18th.
We're looking at the 18th, Vice Mayor, and we have consensus from most of the members. There was a question about time, whether it started in the morning or the afternoon, but we are looking at January 18th to do that.
That's the visioning session.
That would be a huge agenda item that day.
So we're set for the 18th. Excellent. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
If I may, if we could, we're set for the 18th, it'd be great if we could agree on a time now, since we're all together talking about it.
What's better, morning or afternoon?
1,300 hours.
Morning. Morning.
I'm good with either. I prefer morning.
Some of us work for a living. We don't get to set our own hours, like myself and the former vice mayor. We probably would be better off in the afternoon time period. My morning's booked that day with meetings. Thank you.
Sounds like the preponderance is afternoon.
Yeah, that's fine.
The afternoon it
I
is.
can do either.
Is 3 o'clock okay? 3 o'clock?
I'll be here at like 3:15. I have to pick my son up at 3.
You can go ahead and make the motion now to extend it past 9:30.
Well, I just have one last thing. I'm gonna take on the big shoes of Mayor Shelley, and we're gonna reignite the Tourism Advisory Committee liaison. So I'm excited about that too. So please make sure and let them know. Thank you.
Let's build our downtown before we start inviting outsiders in. Is that it? All right. Most of what I have to say would be redundant in this holiday season, and I want to call out, though, specifically the Finance Department for their continuing efforts for the toy drive, canned good drive, but not only for humans, but our four-legged friends as well. That's becoming, folks who can't feed themselves but still love and have their pets need help with the toys and nutrition there as well. If there are no objections, I would like to delay, given the hour and what we've been through tonight, delay my item until the next meeting to avoid any further pain. Again, happy holidays and see you all next year. Do we have a motion to adjourn? All in favor? Aye.